everyone. I was playing Sealed off stream yesterday. I've been grinding Sealed a lot. Right now I'm at like 93% of the set. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Let me check real quick. 94. I am missing 4 rares and 9 mythics. The mythics are of course gonna be the hardest thing to get. The uncommon doesn't, or the uncommons don't count. I'm almost maxed in commons, which means that every time I open a sealed pool, I'll have like 15% of the bolt progress, which is really good. That is great. So yeah, I want to continue grinding foundations sealed. It's going very well. So anyway, I was waiting because I got an insane sealed pull. Galta double side of 7 deaths, which I hadn't pulled any. I have played like 7 of these, and I have not pulled a single one of these. And in this pool, I got 2. Coma, which I also didn't have. This card is ridiculous. Sphinx of Forgotten Lore, once again, another one that I didn't have any. Day of Judgment, I think that now I have a playset. Yada. So yeah, that is alone 6 rares in my pool, or like in my deck, because I have more rares in my pool. What do we have here in the pool? Oh, we have Kaito as well. You know a pool is cracked when you have Kaito, but you're not playing Kaito. Why am I not playing Kaito? Well, these are crazy, but I don't feel like they go well if I am trying to play blue. Talking about playing blue, I have blue as a splash for the Sphinx and for Coma. I could cut the Sphinx, though I think that it's pretty neat to have access to strong removal in the form of this. Um, in the form of Bushwhack, I guess. Bushwhack is not that great, but it is still something that I could flash back in with Sphinx. Worst case scenario, I could flash in Day of Judgment, flash back in Day of Judgment, and then yeah, that is a great equalizer. So that's really great. It also says the magic words flash flying, right? So it can be very hard to react to, and it can be very hard to respond to in general. Mm, Elvish Regrower. Yeah. I would say that it's not the wildest, greatest sealed pool, but it is very good. Um, in fact, maybe I should be playing this card. Maybe I could take out the Sphinx, because after all, it is double blue. It's very difficult to play. And yeah, once again, you know your pool is cracked when out of your 4 mythics, you're only playing 2. um, And that's part of the reason why I wanted to play blue, but I don't think it was possible. And we could add this. Um, we could also add this, and we could add this, maybe even this. But when it comes to the top end, I already have, like, that is already set pretty much. So yeah, I have a double gold pick Bane Gleaming Barrier, so we kind of have some fix for Coma, and ideally I would also have the fix for the Sphinx, or maybe like more realistically, this thing is a lot more castable than the Sphinx. Maybe even this. Yeah, this pool is cracked. It is cracked. It's so busted. I have Krenko too. Like I have so many crazy cards in this pool. Um, but I'm gonna go with this. I think this is probably the best deck. Um, I would like more removal, but if this pool is heavy, 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 heavy on bumps, light on removal. Um, I could do a funny with Zombify, but it's only one reanimator card, and like there will be plenty of game before I can cast the reanimator card. And I also have to put the reanimator target in the grave, so I might as well just go with this. I think I enjoy this, or I am going to enjoy this. I would like to believe. Let me see my mana once again. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 14, 14 green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I was thinking of having more plains and less forests, but it actually should maybe be the other way because I have so many more green symbols than white symbols. This is some funny deck building. Worst case scenario, like if things really start going poorly, I could always cut Koma and add, I don't know, this thing. But I want to play Koma. You know, I have enough treasures that maybe I could add Zombify. And it would be really, 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 really funny to play the Sire, have it be removed or have it be killed, revive the Sire, have it be killed, cast the third Sire. No sealed pool can survive the second, let alone the third side of 7. This card is pretty ridiculous. The ridiculous part is the worth pay 7 life. Yeah, that is vile. It's ridiculous. Like the more you read it, the more funny it gets. First strike, vigilance, menace, trample, reach, lifelink, and worth. Pay 7 life. It's a 7/7, of course. Yeah, hilarious. So anyway, that is why I'm streaming my secret stream today. For people who may or may not be interested in watching Magic, I felt like it was too good. If I felt like it was too good to pass. Hello, thank you for stopping by. This looks okay. It looks pretty decent actually. I could do turn 2, turn 3, or turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, maybe. Or I could do turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, turn 5. Yeah, I like this hand a lot. Not to mention that I drew my colors. This is a pretty fantastic situation to be in. Yeah, I don't need to rush with the Gnarlith Colony. I might as well wait and get full value out of the card. Now my opponent doesn't need to know that I'm in blue, so I'm gonna hold on to the island until the very end. Alternatively, I could play it and have my opponent think about what kind of card in blue I could be playing. You know, have them play around things that they probably shouldn't be playing around and that kind of stuff. This card is kind of strong. Would my opponent be holding onto a counter? Let's find out. No counter. Yeah, I have this feeling that my opponent might be in trouble. And now I have the mana to play whatever I draw. Like whatever bomb I draw, I can play. Oh, Zimone. That card is really good. I wish I had that card. I have to kill Zimone. That card is too good to be left alive. Like actually just sorcery speed kill this thing. This card is part of the reason why I'm in white at all. It's too good. This returns permanents, unfortunately, so no returning the instant to kill something else. A funny place like that today. My opponent must have kept the 3-land hand with the Wizard and Zimone, and only just now drew the 4th land, which, you know, it's a perfectly reasonable hand to keep, since this card is really, really crazy. But I got lucky, and my opponent didn't draw the land immediately. Otherwise, it would have been very problematic, considering how I just updecked this right after my opponent plays Zimone. I was thinking of playing the Elf, but I want to hold on to it in case I need it. You know, I haven't drawn any bombs. I am kinda a little bit flooded, I would say, with 7 lands. For treasures, I'm a little bit flooded. Yeah, if I have 2, but the likelihood that I draw it early and it actually procs so I can start getting treasures, like I think that this is kind of a dream scenario more than anything. Opponent's really holding on. Combat's getting pretty difficult for my opponent. Like this thing gives my opponent a lot of life, and my lack of removal is starting to hurt a little bit. My pool didn't really have a lot of removal, like only like 3 cards or so. So yeah, if I could remove this thing, I would just win instantly. During the sideboard, I'm gonna take a look at. In fact, I think I can just do it now. Now we don't have anything that really serves as removal. Not in blue anyway. And in white, I'm already playing every card that could get things off the board. Plays the elf. It's the raccoon. I draw a land. Opponent gets back Zimone, so I might lose. It's funny because I was stumping the opponent, but I might lose because Zimone and I keep drawing lands. This would be the perfect scenario for me to draw one of those bombastic cards that I've been waiting for. That's fine, because I have these. I feel like I am very favored to win. Like even if Simone is played. By the way, that was a mistake. You needed to play Simone before combat to get the counters. Put the counters on the Strix Lookout, speed up the clock. But if I just need to draw one of my bombs, I have plenty, you know? Even Galta gets the job done. Of course, the Sires get the job done. I don't know about Koma, but Koma does seem very difficult to out, and we don't draw any of that. We do draw this Angel, which is not easy for my opponent to swing into. So we can play this. And we can play this. And I think we swing. Yeah, the Sylvan Scavenging and Simone are definitely very threatening. You know what? I should have put the pick on the Paladin. If I had put the pick on the Paladin, Simone couldn't block the Paladin here. And that would be a good thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, this was a terrible attack on my end. Terrible, very bad attack. Hello, cool guy dude. Thank you for stopping by. We are playing some Arena Foundations Sealed. I would love to draw a bomb. Come on, I've gone through almost half my deck. I feel like it's about time that I see one of my 4 bombs. Or not. Time's running out. The second pick is actually not a terrible thing to get, because now I can swing with the Angel, and my opponent needs removal here. Otherwise, the Angel kills the removal or a combo trick, I suppose. Angel kills the Owl, and then the Owl, and then I swing, but my opponent got a Spectral Sailor, which will definitely get the job done. Yeah, time is running out on my end. Really do need to draw into something good. Removal would be the actual best thing that I could draw into, as long as my opponent doesn't have any more Flash Flyers or Reach things or removal. Like, yeah, it's kind of funny how these 2 cards turn the table as badly as they have done. This deck has 6 rares and I have drawn 0 rares. Little bit unfortunate. Yeah, I think it's over. That's a bit too late. That's a shame. See, I'm gonna play Kaito, and I hope I don't regret it, but I'm gonna play Kaito because I knew, like in that situation, had I drawn Kaito, I would have won on the spot, like just make the flyer unblockable, swing, win the game. Unless my opponent had removal, but it didn't seem that way. Okay, this time I have Koma, but I don't have the pick, so we don't know if we're gonna get there. Losing this game with this pool would be so disappointing. This pool really looks like it's the kind of thing to go 4-0. It is that ridiculous. I played this instead of the Angel because I want to start getting aggressive before Simone can be played. Okay, we have the double blue and the double green for Koma, and now we just need to get to 7 mana. In turn 5 I played Gnarlith Colony, and yeah, that's another really solid card. This card's a land. Yeah, okay. I wonder if Giada was the better play, actually. Giada and, well, cannot keep mana up for Luminous Rebuke. Okay, we're at land number 6, 1 away from Koma. I decide to do that once again just so I can go aggressive on my opponent before Simone appears. It would be pretty sad if Simone was played immediately afterwards. Though I would not find it surprising. So drawing a land would not be the worst thing. I do have to say on-tapped land because I have Evolving Wilds. So please no Evolving Wilds so I can play Koma. Okay, I mean, if you think about it, it's kinda close to a land. Kind of like a land, except not quite. And now we are at a little bit of a stalemate until next turn when Koma is played, and at which point I am somewhat favored. I would say greatly favored by the time Coma's played. Ooh. Okay, that is a huge problem for my opponent to deal with. This time I drew my bomb before my opponent drew the bomb, which is pretty good. It's a lot of flyers, so I'm not winning through the air against this opponent. My only way to win is to indeed play my bombs. Um, Hello, Prince Cosmo. Thank you for stopping by. Opponent draw some passes. I'll play the side of 7 deaths, most likely. Let's swing with Coma and see what happens. Okay. Yeah, because everything has flash. You know, I'm glad that I got rid of this guy with my removal. It would be massive right now. Opponent blocks with everything. Um, yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, unfortunately for my opponent this time I'm drawing the part of the deck that I didn't draw last game. The right half. Opponent concedes. Okay, so game 3, I hope that game 3 goes that well. It is pretty funny to have these cards. The thing is, will I get to play them or not? Should I have the Meteor Golem? I feel like I should because I feel low on removal. And I'm almost certain I should take out Coma. Why should I take out Coma? Because it's just too many expensive cards. Galta doesn't really count as an expensive card in my opinion, though I do want to play it in the deck. In order for Galta to be playable, like I need to have other things on the board, right? And if I have other things on the board, if I play like a 2-drop and then a 3-drop, maybe then a 4-drop, then I could play Galta on turn 5, no problem. So it's not really a super expensive card, but it can be a super expensive card anyway. 7 or like 7 costs. I feel like 3 is definitely pushing it. I may have the elves and the pick, which do a good job of ramping, but I don't know. I don't know if it's enough. I'm going to play this thing as well, and I should maybe cut. I don't know what to cut. I don't know what to cut. Okay. Maybe I could cut Giada. But the thing is that there's no guarantee that my opponent will draw into their flyers, right? So might as well play Giada and hope that my opponent doesn't draw into the flyers and not play Giada. Okay, we get Kaito, and we also, funnily enough, like this is keepable. This is in the strangest way possible. This is keepable because I can play Kaito on turn 3. Yeah, very careful to actually select the island, because if I was to fetch anything other than the island there, I would probably lose. Okay, so turn 3, we might be able to play Kaito, make a token. If the opponent doesn't play a 3-drop, we're fine. Yeah, that's inconvenient. Very much inconvenient. Ooh, that's bad. Goodbye, Kaito. I'm not that much of a Kaito believer, really. Or rather, I guess it is the that I just didn't draw right well enough to play Kaito. That's what happened. My opponent is monocolor. Do I want to give them the Surveil? I think I'll just take the damage. Another Wary Thespian. Opponent keeps the card on top. I think that we Banishing Light and we get rid of that because that is just too powerful, too scary thing. I wouldn't be surprised if the land that was coming was the island and opponent just played island and plays Immune, and then I lost because of what I'm about to do, but I have to respond to this. That takes over the game. Yeah, I'm probably dead. Day of Judgment, maybe? Day of Judgment saves me. I think that might be the only card that saves me. Okay. I don't know. I don't think you can win if you just plot. And like I don't think I played that poorly. Maybe I should have mulliganed. Yeah, maybe I should have mulliganed. I think keeping a 6-land card, a 6-land hand and Kaito was ambitious. I was hoping to draw, creatures, but whenever you keep a hand with so many lands, you would think, oh, there's less lands in my deck. I'm not gonna draw that many. But in reality, you are going to draw the lands, and then you're gonna lose the game because you draw the lands. Risky keep, but I'm gonna keep it. Ooh, that's not what I want to see. Want to see a plains or a 2-drop? Ideally a 2-drop, and then a plains. A 2-drop that I can play. Okay. I'll not place until next turn. A Janis Pridemate is a very dangerous card. Oh, that is delightful. I think in that position, in this position, we want to. Oh, wow. Oh, okay, okay. Bad things are happening. I drew plenty of white cards and I didn't draw land, so we are getting assaulted in two fronts here. Am I going to lose because um I think I'm gonna lose, probably. This is not looking good at all. Oh, let's go. Unfortunately, there's only one play that I can do, and that play is probably this. Though I could play this, that stops my opponent from attacking. And then this would cost 5, and there's no guarantee that I'll be able to out the Janis Sprite Mate. Um, what a difficult decision, but I think I'm gonna get rid of the Janis Sprite Mate right now that I can, before it gets larger. Okay, another Plains would be nice. That's pretty bad. I'm gonna take a look at my deck after this because this is not looking great at all. And by after this, I mean after this game because I already lost one. So if I lose another one, we're out. And it would be so anticlimactic to lose with this pool, which has all the bombs. I would say that among the decks that I have built, this is probably one of my best, if not the best deck. Um, but I don't know. Oh, you have the thing that just gives them +2/+2, right? So I guess I'm dead. Oh no, I live with 1. Well, my opponent is low on resources, so I might be able to survive. If I draw a land next turn, it would be pretty neat. Okay, we did get the land. Unfortunately, it's not an island. I would like to see an island or a plains. Yeah, I survived the onslaught. Now it's time for me to start rebuilding. Okay, that is not a bad card at all. Not a bad card. Thing has first strike. Yeah, sure. I think I can afford to be a little bit greedy here. There are no flying haste things in the format, right? Or is there one flying haste thing in the format? Even if it is, I have the spider, right? It's not so bad. And there we go. We brought it back from the brink of defeat without playing my expensive cards. I have 2 of them in my hand, but I just didn't have enough lands to actually play them. But who really cares? You know, I really wish I had more removal in this pool. I don't have enough removal, and the lack of removal is so tangible in this format. Anything kills you. Anything can be a supremely dangerous threat if you cannot answer it. Um, yeah, I think that we just leave it as is. No, we have to mulligan this away. I'm not keeping 6 lands again. Okay, this might work. This might work. It's a very slow hand, and going second, this is not the kind of hand that one would like to see. But this can work, and I don't know what to send back between the Sire or Luminous Rebuke because we have this and this, right? So there is a very real chance that we can just ramp into the side of Seven Deaths, and the side of Seven Deaths can just be played and stabilize. So I'm gonna keep it, and I'm gonna send the removal away, and I'm gonna really hope that I don't regret that decision. At least I'm gonna shuffle, so it's not like it's gonna be at the bottom of the deck. And we draw the second side of Seven Deaths. In this situation, we search for a plains. Yeah. The island, second island is less of a priority than being able to play the white cards. Okay, Gnarled Colony. I would really like to draw a land sometime soon. You know, in my next two draws, one of those needs to be a land. Ideally, both of them could be a land and things would be fine. Okay, now my next draw needs to be a land or else. Okay, goes for the transform. Swings, no blocks. No lands, of course. And so we are in a very awkward position. Because I want to progress my play field. So I think that what I do is put the pick on the elf, and the elf makes a treasure, and then I play this so I can trade with that. This card is really good. I have noticed that in this format, um, the most value you can get out of your cards, the better. Like card advantage is so important in this format. This limited format is great because of that. Some cards that are like, bumps kind of do break that rule, but it is understandable that they do, and only reasonable, in fact. They should do that, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, I really would like to, not be stuck at 3 lands. I was thinking of playing Galta, but I think that I trade here. I think that I trade here. That hurts. I also feel like I shouldn't in a sense because we could just block with whoever is wielding the pick next turn. But the thing is that I want to swing with the guy who has the pick, and I don't think I have the ability to swap it around. Oh man, this is so difficult. But I'm gonna block. Okay, Bushwhack is not a bad card at all. We can Bushwhack and kill the flyer, and that doesn't really progress the game state that much, but it does get rid of the flyer, and the flyer, it's a huge threat. Oh man, you know what's pretty sad? I have been drawing either 6 lands or the very minimum, and the very minimum is not enough with these kinds of cards in hand. This has been disastrous. Disastrous showing for this deck, and I may have won the first one, but I'm still on the brink of defeat all overall, man. And you know what? When I opened this yesterday, I immediately went to YouTube and I searched um, for Side of Seven Deaths Standard, and no one has a deck that plays this card in Standard. And I'm like, why do I even want this card at all if it's not playable in Standard? Um, I mean, I guess it can be a funny one-off in Brawl, but uh, I don't know if I agree with that play, but I think that we trade here. I'm so close to the sire. You just need to draw 2 more lands or 1 more land and swing with the spider. Okay, same goes for Koma. Now, the question is, do I swing with the spider to start making treasures? Or do I just play it patient? I have to swing twice with the spider, and the spider is... It's impossible for my opponent to block it, right? Yeah, like now that it has 7 toughness, not even if my opponent blocks with everything, will the spider die? Okay, so the question is, do I die in the swing back? Let's assume that my opponent takes it, goes to 12. I go to 9. My opponent goes to 14. That's pretty bad. But if I draw a land next turn, that lets me play something. Let's give it a try. Let's start swinging with the spider. Okay, opponent takes it, of course. And now I perhaps shouldn't have done that. My opponent could have something like this, something like Overrun, something like the white one that gives them +2/+2. Yeah, but oh man, I really hope it doesn't happen. Let's see what happens. Okay, opponent swings with everything except for 1 token. Yeah, I go to 10. Opponent goes to 14. My opponent has decided to start blocking my stuff, but it might be a little bit too late because we have gotten to the first of hopefully many sire of 7 deaths. Yeah, next turn I can play Galta. This is ridiculous. Okay, then we pass the turn. Does it have Vigilance? Oh, it does. It has First Strike, Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, Lifelink, and Ward, pay 7 life. And of course it doesn't have Death Touch because it would be ridiculous. What would it need to... What could I toss away for Death Touch? Reach, maybe. I think that Reach is what pushes it over the edge. No, not really. It's just a ridiculous limited card. It's a shame that in Standard it's not really playable. Okay, my opponent couldn't take the first of the Sires of 7 deaths, so we make it out of that one alive. That was close. That was very, very close. I was very worried about that. Okay, so at least we're gonna get 500 gems, which is enough for 1 more, but I would like to get the maximum reward, of course. Also, update on the packs. I'm at 42, 45 after I am done playing this limited. 45. And 94% of the collection. So when I open those packs, I would like to believe that I'm gonna get everything, so I can get 100% of the collection. Yeah, but I'll only open them after I am done playing limited, and I will be done playing limited after I am done, like after I am out of resources to play limited. I mean. And I don't know about playing draft because I played I tried a little bit of draft at first. I got destroyed. It was not even fun to look at. I got absolutely obliterated. My drafts were terrible. I think that this expansion is hard to draft. Okay, I'm gonna play the Angels so I can gain a bunch of life. Yeah, next turn we play the second Angel and the Land of our Elves. And we would ideally... Oh, opponent just straight up uses removal on the flyer. You know, with how scarce removal is in this format, um, I don't know if it's like the wisest decision or what I would do, but on the other hand, I definitely understand it because a single flyer gets out of control. Like it just gets in with enough damage that it can lose you the game. So on one hand, I don't know. On the other hand, I understand. And it also depends on how much more removal my opponent has in their hand. Maybe my opponent has a ton of removal and I don't know. Unfortunately, Galta still costs 9. Will cost 9 for a while because I drew a land. Yeah, it's kind of rough. Kind of rough. Been drawing some pretty messy hands these couple of games. That's terrible. Tragic even. Might lose the game because of that. Yeah, if I draw any more lands, we are in trouble. I already have plenty. Maybe like another island, but not even that because I can search it with Bushwhack. I could also remove things with Bushwhack theoretically, but I have not been in such a position this game. Let's see, we have 6, 7. So if I can get to play these last two lands, or ideally another creature, then I could play Galta, and Galta stabilizes. Yeah, Galta plus Bushwhack gets rid of the largest creature that my opponent has, and then I have a massive blocker with trample. So yeah, would be pretty good, but I don't know. I don't know about that. This thing is a 4-3, right? Or it will be a 4-3. Oh man. I think that we have to block these. Yeah, and I don't think I can. Well, this is not a trade. This is just me sacrificing the land over elves, and I don't think that's worth it. Yeah, that is rough. Okay, a creature. That's good. We want creatures. It costs 6. And unfortunately, I don't have only 5 mana available. And man, this is gonna be real rough. I might be able to salvage this. Yeah, just chump block with the Llanowar Elves on this thing. And we take 4? Yeah, we take 4. Or 5 maybe, depending on what, yeah, on what the counter is placed on. And that way we can still play Galta for 7, and we can play Galta and Bushwhack. My opponent plays a Knight, so it might be a little bit too late. Might be a little bit too late. Depends on my next draws, and I guess it also depends on what my opponent has. For all I know, my opponent can just play another one of these, and I just lose instantly. Aha, or something like that. I don't think I can block that. Yeah, that's 8 damage, so that doesn't work. I have to block something like this, and yeah. I have Day of Judgment, so this is not a complete death sentence, but it might as well be if I don't draw specifically Day of Judgment, which I don't. Rough to draw so many lands so early in the game. Would have been way better if I had drawn 1 or 2 creatures instead of lands, so I could play Galta a lot earlier and remove their stuff a lot earlier before it dealt so much damage to me. Yeah, like I think that we need more creatures in this deck. I think that this deck needs more creatures and less Maybe less high-end stuff. Maybe we can just get rid of that altogether. We don't need to play it. That is something important to keep in mind. We don't need to play that. In fact, one could even go as far as to say that playing that at all was a mistake from the very beginning. I want to play the Savannah Lions, but I also feel like I don't have enough space for it. I should maybe play it since I'm gonna be starting. If I draw Savannah Lions like as my turn one play, it would be nice. Would be nice. Would at least get 2 damage because there's very few 1-drops in this format. You know what? I am going to play one pick. 5 non-creatures and 1, 2, 3 are removal. This is the 4th and the 5th is Bushwhack. Okay, so 4 of them are removal and then the equip. Oof, okay. This is all or nothing in this match. I have to win here or I lose the pool, which is insane. It's a pool with 2 Side of 7 deaths and Galta, and I might lose it. Yeah, okay. I don't dislike this. I don't dislike this because I have Gyada. I can play turn 2 Gyada and start swinging. That is dangerous. Probably gonna have um, to remove that with Vanishing Light, but I might not get to it. So this is that sealed pool from yesterday when you couldn't decide between blue-black or blue-green. Oh, I have played plenty of matches since yesterday. So this is a brand new pool. I opened this off stream and I saw the pool and I was like, no, I cannot play this off stream. And so here we are on stream playing it. I sure hope I don't lose it. Drawing 1 or 2 lands from this point onwards would be nice, like immediately in the next couple of turns. Okay, we get Bushwhack, which is kind of close to drawing a land if you think about it. I have plenty of removal, which is a rare thing to say. So I think we can. I think we can Bushwhack for a land. And I think we get a forest because I do have double green costs. And then we swing. My opponent doesn't block. And then we play the Ranger. And I wonder if my opponent wants to go for the Leyline Axe on the Skelly. Which I mean... Ooh, opponent concedes. Was my opponent... I guess my opponent didn't draw into the 4th land. But I don't know. I feel like my opponent could have held on for a while with the Skelly and the Axe. Could have put the Skelly or the axe on the Skelly, and then that heavily disincentivized me from attacking. Though I would, if my opponent had done that, I would have definitely played the Banishing Light, but my opponent didn't know that I have that. So anyway, I guess we got rid of the Lions now because I'm not gonna be in the play now. I'm in the draw, so playing this turn 1 only for my opponent to play a 2-drop that can block or trade favorably into this, then yeah, it's not worth it. So okay, let's see how that goes. What a thrill. Once again, this is do or die. Um, if I cannot win this match, then the pool is gone. And I mean, it's not like I lose the cards, but I want to use the cards. Um, I want to continue using the cards in limited. In constructed, they're not that exciting, and yeah, this is unkeepable. Um, this has been the best pool that I have ever had that will be ruined ah, by just drawing bad hands. Really, that's what's happening. Now I don't know if I should get rid of the Ranger, the Pig, or the Angel, but I am leaning towards getting rid of the Ranger. I think this card is very good. It's a very solid card, but we cannot keep it. I need to play this turn 2, turn 3 Pick, or turn 3 Angel. Um, Keeping the Ranger made more sense with the Horn Beetle actually, so that the Horn Beetle could start getting huge passively. Okay, if I need to draw my land. If I don't draw my land, that's pretty bad. Oh, thank you. Okay, so we can play this, and then turn 3 I can play Pick plus Pick plus Equip Pick plus Swing. Let's see what happens. Vanishing Light? My opponent's really shotgunning that. You know what? I don't mind. I don't mind. You can remove my early game creatures as long as you don't remove for the late game ones. Okay, Skelly doesn't really do a lot. I think that in this position we play Pick, Equip Pick, and Swing. Because I missed a land drop, but fortunately I got to 3 at least, so I can just start generating mana anyway. And it is one-time mana. Sack this token, add 1 mana of any color, literally a Lotus Petal, but it is better than not having anything. Okay, opponent swings with the Skelly. We don't block, of course. We can play kicked Gnarlith Colony here, or we can do other things, like play another Angel. Opponent, or well, we probably cannot play kick Gnarlith. Okay, interesting. One is really going crazy with the removal. That might be my opponent's demise, just being so trigger happy with the removal. You won't have removal for the things that are actually worth removing. Um, So yeah, next turn we swap the pick into Gyada, because Gyada has Vigilance, so better to have the 3/3 untapped than a tapped 3/4. Oh, what is going on? These opponents, like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that was a hasty concede, but maybe my opponent knew that there was no out to 2 angels, and there was no way for me to raise, or for my opponent to raise me. Um, and maybe that's why my opponent quit. Anyway, now I have 1200 gems, so I at least have another sealed at hand whenever I end this one. But ideally, I would get to the maximum victory because that completely refunds it. Even 3 wins is okay, but I think that the biggest jump is going from 1 win to 2 wins. So from 1 win to 2 wins is like you kind of break even on 2. On 3 you plus a little bit, and on 4 you plus quite a lot. Um, I think I like this hand. Do I still have Coma in the main, or did I take it out? Oh, I think I still have Coma in the main. I have to take it out, and maybe I should add this card to the deck. Um, Yeah, that card looks like a good card for me to be playing in this deck. I was not playing it because I was doing the blue splash thingy for Koma, but I have definitely decided that it is not worth it. On mulligans to 5. Mulligan to 5 into turn 2 Gyada might be enough for me to win. Yeah, we see an island. And in the side, I'm gonna take that out, and I'm gonna make some important changes to this deck. Okay, that's not bad at all. I don't like having drawn lands, only lands since the very start of this game. Now it would be time for me to start drawing like cards to play on curve. Burnish Heart. One could think about one could think about using removal on that, but I could just hold on to my removal to remove whatever my opponent rams into with the Burnished Heart. Yeah, that gets the pick. Pick ramps me up a little bit. And if Fight of Exire, I could play it next turn, maybe, assuming that Gyada keeps the pick and swings. 5 plus 2 equals 7. So I have plenty of 7 drops that I have access to. Like, they're all live very soon. Even if Gyada was to lose the pick to the Catar Commando, I can still just play these lands and then I would have the pick. You know what? I think that I will take this trade. Um, I think that I will take this trade because I have the Elvish Regrower. So I could play it and then play Gyada again next turn with the Treasure. And I don't think that's much of a... I don't think that sacrificing this Treasure is much of a problem. We don't even draw um, a 7 drop, so it doesn't matter. We drew a land, actually. Yeah, I think that was a good play. I want to see the avatar because it kind of looks like it is wearing a firefighter hat, but I cannot quite tell without zooming in. Not letting me zoom in anyway. That land. Yeah, that gets a pick number 1. Yeah, that gets a pick number 2. And then Gyada attacks. And then we end the turn. I was gonna swap a pick into the Elvish Regrower, but Gyada can just block the 3/4. I don't know about this card. Like, some people were saying that this card is bonkers, but I feel like it's only bonkers if you get a lot of cats. In sealed, it's not that good. In draft, it's better, and I bet in constructed, it is actually a very real card. But we're not playing constructed. No flyers for my opponent, so Gyada can keep attacking unpunished. Is that 2 picks on Gyada? Yes, 2 picks on Gyada. I have 2 picks in my pool, and I decided to play them both because I figured that it would be a good way to keep being aggressive while ramping. And yeah, now it's only a waiting room for my big creatures. Now I can play whatever I want. Um, the opponent has quite the board, but Gyada threatens lethal in 2 turns, so I feel really good about my position. Swings with a cat. Why would you swing with a cat? No idea, but I'm gonna block with this guy. I wanna threaten Giada and don't wanna threaten the Trampler. Oh, that's why. Yeah, I was thinking Wraith Trigger, but I didn't know exactly what Wraith Trigger my opponent had. Opponent mills too. You know, those are some pretty reasonable cards to mill. Wonder if my opponent kept the removal for Giada. Okay, opponent goes to 3. And it's last turn, opponent. If you don't answer Giada with your next draw, you're probably gonna lose the game. Well, no, you are not probably gonna lose the game. You're gonna lose the game. And even then, you still have to answer my Tramplers with the equips as well. It's effectively a 6/6 and a 5/5 with Trample. And my opponent doesn't have enough. Ah, yes, my opponent gets eaten alive. You know what? That was a pretty lucky thing that Godless Plunder happened to find for my opponent. Okay, so my opponent is at 3 life. And I will put the picks on Gnarlid Colony. My opponent finds a Dazzling Angel. That's fine. Oh, I have these. I already won. Okay. Yeah, we just play land. We put the picks on. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. And we swing with these two. The Tramplers. Now my opponent needs to. Yeah, that's fine. That still kills my opponent. My opponent is dead. I don't know if my. Yeah, my opponent knows. Another thing that I could have done is use removal on like one of my Tramplers if it was blocked by one creature, to kill that creature and just have the Trampler assign the 3 damage directly, and then I would have won anyway. Which was what I thought was gonna happen, but no. I mean, either way, my opponent needed to block with everything, and then that would destroy my opponent's board, and I could just win with the rest of my stuff. And I didn't even draw into the good stuff. Gonna be on the draw, not on the play. I think on the draw this is a good card because it makes a lot of bodies for you to stabilize. Yeah, I'm just gonna send it like this. Alternatively, I could take out the 2 picks because I don't think that I'm gonna be that much of the aggro player this time. My opponent is gonna start, but we shall see. This hand is so complicated because on one hand, like I have the pick and I have the sire. On the other hand, I have 3 planes and I don't have white cards. So I need to draw either a forest and I am also gonna get to start. I thought that I was gonna be on the draw instead of being on the play. Um, yeah, I think that considering that I'm gonna start, I think we mulligan that. Oh, now it's the other way around. The difference is that I have the pick and the beetle, so I can turn 2 beetle, turn 3 pick. Ideally, equip the pick and start swinging. I'm gonna send the removal. Oh, that... I hope that I do not regret that. And what a difficult decision. This format is really cool because I feel like every decision you make counts so much. Okay. Land next turn, please. Land. It doesn't even have to be a plains. It just has to be a land that comes untapped and generates mana. It cannot be Evolving Wildsider, of course. I mean, have to get white mana somehow. Yeah, land there was huge because I needed to put the pick on the middle and swing. Now I cannot swing at all. Delightful. Yeah, this is looking like a train wreck. Very much beyond my control. I think that's quite distasteful. Why would you do that? Oh, we draw planes. That's kinda huge. I can play the Angel, or I can play Giada and put the pick on Giada. I'm gonna do the latter. Yeah, I'm not. Oh, also, Giada puts a counter on the Angel. I always forget about that. I'm only really thinking of Giada as a 2/2 flying vigilance when it's so much more than that. It is quite a ridiculous card in Constructed. In Limited, it's pretty fair. You know what? At first I was not convinced by the inclusion of this card in the Limited environment, but now I understand it and I can even start to appreciate it a little bit because the busted thing that Giada does is barely going to happen. Like it can happen, but it's not going to happen as much as it would happen if I was playing Constructed, where it would happen pretty much every time. We're at 5 mana. Next turn, if we draw land, we could draw land, swing with Giada, and then we would have 7 for the Sire, and that might take over the game. This card is ridiculous. Okay, I don't draw land, but I do get a second pike, which I can then do this with, and now I have a 4 power creature, so Horn Beetle is gonna start getting huge. Okay, opponent doesn't block, and now I have 7 mana next turn. I'll be able to play the Sire. You know, the best thing about this is that even if it gets removed, it still causes the opponent to pay 7 life. I don't think this format has a single sacrifice outlet, which maybe it should have sacrifice outlets. There's some things that sometimes can feel really rough to out otherwise. Opponent goes to 4. And I think I could win without playing the Sire, but I'm gonna play the Sire. I'll lose 5 life. Yeah, I'll lose 5 life because this guy has lifelink. Huge mistake. Potentially game-ending mistake from my opponent. Yeah, because before that, I think my opponent had a chance. Now I'm not so sure. Wait a second, what am I doing? I can just swing with the Angel and win the game. Yeah, I don't need to swing with the Sire. Yeah, I almost messed up. I wanted to swing with the Sire, and I wanted to give the Sire extra power so I could gain more life, but why would I do that when I can just win the game? Okay, so that's 3 wins, which makes me very happy that this didn't end in disaster. Let me make some small, quick changes that we have already made, actually. And goodbye, comma. Hello. Hello, this one. Yeah, that one. And I think we could also play this one. This one is also kind of okay. And I think that might be fine. Okay, now let's see if we can get the maximum victory. And after that, I'll start another one, of course. Opponent opens with a mild-mannered librarian. Pretty good card. Pretty fantastic. Yes, I said earlier, this is the kind of card that really does well in um, this limited format. I feel like this same card on a different limited format would not be as powerful. It would not perform on the same level. Okay, so we have played 7 lands. We have 10 lands left in the deck and 31 cards. I would really like to stop drawing cards. To stop drawing lands, I mean. Yeah, no more lands, please. No more lands. I'm holding the removal for, when I truly need it. Man, I think that we trade here. I think that might legit be a good play. Which is making me sad because if I draw into a 4-drop, I could just play the 4-drop and the Ranger grows, and then the Horn Beetle grows. And then the Horn Beetle can block the guide, right? But there's no guarantee that I'm gonna draw a 4-drop or a creature at all. Like most creatures would get the job done here. Most creatures that I have in my deck. I think that there's more creatures that I could draw that allow me to do that I just mentioned than lands. But I'm not gonna do it. And I'm gonna draw a land anyway. Yep. On the bright side, I am 1 turn away from this guy, and this guy also enables the growing of the Nessian Horn Beetle. I am very tempted to swing to grow the Needle Tooth back. Because my opponent could block with a Hungry Ghoul and sack to grow it, and that is exactly what's happening. Yep, I don't mind. I don't mind because of that. Okay. Now it is pretty huge. And I have 2 removals. Yep, that's what the removal is for. I'm gonna use Vanishing Light. Maybe I should have used Luminous Rebuke because Vanishing Light gets rid of everything. So if my opponent happens to play a Walker or something weird like that, I could remove it with Vanishing Light, but I cannot remove it with Luminous Rebuke. But on the other hand, I thought that maybe my opponent has one of these guys, and this guy recuperating this guy could be a problem. Just like that. So I think I did the right play. You know, this is looking pretty good because the Needletooth pack grows, like the Morbid triggers, if a creature dies this turn. So if my opponent blocks, then the Needletooth just gets larger. And if my opponent doesn't block, well, my opponent is not blocking. So there is that. Is there any possibility of anything janky happening? I don't think so. I don't think this limited format has those cards that give Death Touch on to a creature on blocking. Okay, my opponent just takes it right on the chin, and then we play Galta. We could have played the Elvish Regrower and Galta, but I would rather keep the Regrower to recuperate one of these two in case they get removed, especially Galta. And we are almost guaranteed to win at this point because we have Galta and we have removal, so we can just swing and then kill the blocker and have Galta deal a ton of damage. And that is probably what's gonna happen. My opponent needs to block with everything. Do not die if I do this. And that is not everything, so I guess I'm just gonna go for the kill. And that gets the job done, and now we are one game away from ultimate victory. Which, yeah, that's the way that it should be with this limited pool. I have to say that, of course, this card is ridiculous. Like, if you slam this on the table in limited, you are almost guaranteed to win. You need to be very, 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 very far behind in order to not win when you play this card. But the process of getting to this card is the rough part. All right, one game away, one win away from supreme victory. I'm excited. Yeah, playing limited is pretty addictive. Fortunately, I can do it, or I have been able to play a ton of limited pools. I think at this point I'm at like 10. Might be at around 10, maybe 9 or 11. I don't know exactly, but yeah, we are doing quite well. Interesting, interesting. I think we do keep this. We search for a forest, of course. Turn 2 pick, turn 3 paladin, turn 2 4 or turn 4 paladin pick, and then we have 4 power first strike guys. So yeah. That hand does lose pretty hard to aggro, but we're not getting hit by the opponent just yet. It is about to start happening, and now we can play the Horn Beetle instead of playing the pick, and I think that makes more sense. Turn 3 Paladin, turn 4 pick on Paladin. This grows, and things start spiraling out of control of for the opponent. And enough growing of the beetle gets me to Galta. Ooh, interesting. That's fine. We can just toss a land. Yep. This is a sorcery, but I was thinking if it was instant speed, I could just wait for the grow trigger, and then um, kill it in response to the grow trigger. But no, that cannot work because this is a sorcery. Even if it grows, it's fine. Because the Paladin is gonna be even larger. It's gonna be larger even in their turn. I'm starting to get a little bit nervous um, by the difference in board presence. So what I'm going to do here is swing with the Paladin. My opponent is almost guaranteed not gonna block because it's got first strike. Okay, my opponent blocks. What do you? Oh, giant growth! I played into that so bad. No, I'm gonna lose the game. Well, not really. No, we're fine. But that's bad. That's pretty nasty. I think that we want to bushwhack on the librarian because my opponent doesn't have much else. But we do this, we deprive the opponent of a 3/3 and a draw, which is almost guaranteed gonna happen the next time that my opponent plays a land. So felling blow, that gets rid of my guy, and I am my board is empty. Yeah, I'm wide open. Yeah, with the pick. And things are getting a little bit scary. Yep, cannot do much about that. I'm not gonna block. We cannot afford to block. Oh, that's so nasty. We might lose. I don't think we beat that. Man, green cards are too good in this format. I insist, like this card is crazy strong. This card is good. This card is also very good. And yeah, I don't think we are coming back from this one. I need to draw something really good here. Does that count as something really good? Thinking about it. The worst part about this is that I feel like I need to use this removal to get rid of the spider, not to get rid of the Gnarlid colony, because the spider can just inflate everything, right? It's even worse if my opponent draws a land because then it's two counters. Okay, I have to get rid of the Gnarlid colony at least. I think that the next play for my opponent is just to inflate the spider, like put counters directly on the spider. Yeah, that no, it's fine, it's fine. And we are so going to lose. Uh-huh. Yeah, there was no way. There was no hope. Spider stole the game. No, you know what stole the game? And I did say when it happened I'm gonna lose. This. I didn't even see it coming. I should have played around it. It is a common. So it is something that you're likely to see when you're playing against an opponent that has green. Unfortunately, I didn't get any of those. I would have really liked it. Anyway, now it is match point. If I win, I go 4-0. If I lose, then I go, well, not 4-0, 4-1. If I lose, I don't get access to the 2200 gems. I get 1800, which is still nice, but I would like this whole thing to be free instead of being dirt cheap, because dirt cheap is not sustainable, but free is. If I keep playing and keep getting 4 wins, then I can keep playing forever. Yep. And I wouldn't really toss money at Magic Arena. If I was going to toss money at anything Magic related, I would toss money at Paper Magic. And I don't even know if I would do that at all. Even imagining that I could, I don't know if I would. Okay, that's a good hand. Yeah, we are keeping that. Turn 2 Giada, turn 3 Angel, turn 4 Galta. No, not really, that's not gonna happen. But we do have a path towards Galta. Galta becomes cheaper by 1 for every power that you have. It costs 12 normally. So if you have 10 power on the field, and this is insane. What a crazy curve we have. My opponent is gonna explode. Because we have Dazzling Angel into second Dazzling Angel into Galta for real this time. Unless my opponent removes Giada or the Dazzling Angel, bad things are gonna happen to my opponent. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. This hand and this curve in general is the kind of stuff that like you win tournaments with. But unfortunately, it is not going to be the case because Giada does get removed. You know what? Fair enough. That makes things a lot more interesting. Um, I'm gonna play the second angel because flyer. Now, do I want to swing with the angel? I feel like I do because that thing can just be unblockable anyway. So the only way to win this is by racing. And I do have gain 2 life every time I play a creature. If I get to the point where I can play this guy will gain me 6 life. Yeah, what a great comeback card, this one. That is pretty good, actually. I was thinking if I wanted to do it or not. I do want to because that gets me Galton next turn. Um, yeah, here we don't block because I don't want to lose the Regrower. We can take the 6, and then we can play Galton next turn. Unless, once again, there is removal. And you know what? I should be glad that my opponent is throwing removal at the stuff that is enabling the Galta play instead of actually throwing it at Galta. I am almost certain my opponent has Eaten Alive. Yeah. It's fine. Puts me a bit far back away from Galta, but we are still going to get to it. In fact, I can play it this turn by just playing the Nessian Horn Beetle now, and then going to combat, and then it grows, and then I swing with this, and then we play Galta. That's how you play Galta this turn. I was gonna mess up by playing Yada. Okay, now if I get a land, I also get the Guarded Hair. I gain 3 life. Unfortunately, it's not 6 life anymore, but it's still pretty good. Okay, you have some 4 trees. I have Galta. I do draw land number 6, but what I'm going to do here is swing with Galtan, swing with the flyer, and let's see what happens. Do you have removal, opponent? Because Galta is very threatening. To the point where it might be, like, maybe it should be a mythic. Opponent goes to 1. If I had swung with everything, I would have definitely won the game there. Am I playing into some kind of wrath? I'm not gonna play the Guarded Hair precisely to play around some kind of wrath. That would be the most lame way to lose what is almost what I should have already won actually. Yeah, I should have won that last turn if I lose, and I'm not going to. But if I was to lose last turn, it would have been my fault because I made a mistake by missing lethal. But anyway, we made it. That is 4 wins, um, 4 whole wins after a disastrous 1 loss at the very beginning. And so we are gonna claim the reward, and we're gonna play another one. That is 3,780 gems. I need to get 1 win at least in the next one to be able to play 1 more. Or just amass 10,000 so I can play a draft and then do poorly in the draft but get some gems so I can play another sealed. We're getting close to the end. I already have 4 Day of Judgment. Yes, I'm pretty much playing only sealed. I didn't have this card. I didn't have this card. I didn't have this card. At least I don't think I had this card. So yeah, that's nice. And I already have a million of these and a million of these. 42.3% progress on the vault. The Bolt is like whenever it gets to 100%, I can get like I think it's 2 mythics, 3 rares, and 4 uncommons or something like that. Wild cards. So wild cards can be turned into any cards, but they're incredibly scarce. Um, and they suck, by the way. I wish I could just destroy the cards that I don't want to use to make the cards that I do want to use, but the Magic Arena development team doesn't want you to do that, and it sucks. I wish you could do that. Do self-reflection, okay. Like this card is bonkers. That card is like an uncommon mythic. It's pricey, but it can mean more of these. Like if I'm gonna be playing that, I would definitely be playing those. My blue is pretty lacking. However, I am not certain that is a good idea with how lacking my blue is. But oh man, it's a shame. I wonder if I can splash for the self reflections. We have a Serra Angel, which is a pretty good card. We have 3 cats. How many rats? We have 2 rats, 3 cats. Um, we have a lot of sack fodder, lots of it actually. But unfortunately, I don't think I have anything that cares about sacking creatures. It very much looks like it isn't the case. Okay, let's just do what I was always going to do, which is just play green, probably green-red. Telling Blow is a great card. This is a great card. This is incredible. 3 of those guys. I don't know if I want to play 3 of those guys. And in fact, I don't know if I want to play Dwindling Elite. Landfall. Equipped creature gets +2/+2. I don't know. Probably not. It's nice that I have the duel. Supposed to play red. Oh, we have 2 Burst Lightning. That's a great card. Bulk up to steal games. This guy's pretty good. Oh, I have. No, no, no. I don't care about that one. I thought that it was 2 of the guy that gives menace. That one's pretty good. This is pretty reasonably large and wins the game on its own. I'm gonna play double seasoning limited. If an effect would create 1 or more tokens, it creates twice that many tokens. Doubling season plus right of the dragon color. Imagine that. That's ridiculous, and I really shouldn't. But it also doubles counters, so I could play cards that place counters. This places a token, so it goes in. I might not play the double season after all. Might not play the doubling season. But it would be pretty funny if I could. Man, if this wasn't double blue, if it was single blue, it would be so much easier to play. Because what I could do is just splash a little bit of blue or some treasures, and then I could copy stuff, and then doubling season copies the stuff that is being copied. So imagine copying Dragon Trainer and then getting, oh no, I think I have to do it. Imagine copying this thing. It goes exponential because I copy it and then I get 2 Dragon Trainers that are gonna place 4 dragons. So 1 cast of Self Reflection would place 4 dragons. And that is not even counting the existence of this. If I have this, then I play 6 dragons. It's ridiculous. It really is just like that is game winning, straight up just game winning. But I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can afford it, but I sure want to do it. I sure want to. No picks this time. Yeah, no. That's so sad. Yeah, okay. What I'm talking about is that why will it give you 4 dragons? So doubling season says if an effect will create 1 or more tokens, it instead creates twice that many tokens, right? This thing places a token whenever I play it, right? So if I play this thing and I have it on the board and I play self-reflection, then self-reflection would place normally 1 copy of this as a token, but with doubling season I would place 2 copies of this. And then those 2 copies would place 2 dragons. But because I have doubling season, I would place 4 dragons. Yes. Oh man, it's so like it's not gonna happen. I can already tell you it's not gonna happen, but it sure would be nice if I could make it happen. Oh man, we also have 2 Balamor. That guy's pretty good. Balmor. Um, Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, whenever you have an instant or sorcery, creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain trample until end of turn. Um, so so this thing is pretty good. This thing can end games. The trample effect is so crazy if you have board advantage. It is pretty ridiculous. This thing deals 6 damage, and then you can cycle a card or rummage a card. That's what they call it when you discard and draw. Okay, let me take a look at this guy. It's pretty good. You know, that guy makes me want to play the 3 of these, and maybe I don't do the self-reflection thing. Yeah, it's a shame because I really want to do it. I really, 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 really want to do it, but I don't think it's the kind of thing that you can get away with doing in limited. And I might not play doubling season either. Let's see, how many counter things do I have? Like things that place a counter. Okay, that and that. Okay, we have 2 things so far. Things that place tokens, we have Dragon Trainer and maybe Rite of the Dragon Color. How many instants or sorceries? We have 11 and 9. If we were to splash blue, and maybe we should make a blue-red deck, but my blue is so lackluster. My red isn't. My blue is. We even have the dual. I should stop thinking about adding blue because I feel like I'm gonna add blue and I'm going to die because of it. Like, see, here's what I was thinking. Right of the dragon color, think twice, refute, and of course, the jewel on the crown, the double self reflection. This card is incredible. It's legit really good, but I don't think it's enough because the rest of my blue is just not enough. This is also a really good card, but yeah, it's very lacking. Cannot complement it with only one other color too. Maybe we could do blue green. We could maybe do blue green actually. But is it better than my blue red? When keeping in mind that my red has this and it has this, um, and it also has some cards that straight up rob the opponent out of the game. And I think that robbing the opponent is an overall decidable thing, considering that we are trying to win the game. I need to add some creatures. Okay, one of these, and maybe another one of these. And now we have 40. We have 14 creatures and 9 non-creatures. Of those 14, this is pretty lame. This is probably the weakest. So let's say 13. This is more of a utility thing, and this is also this turns into a creature. So okay, let's say we do have 14. Yep, and part of the reason, like another reason why I wanted to use self-reflection is because it synergizes extremely well with something like Solemn Simulacrum. Uh, Solemn Simulacrum, like I play it and then I do its ETB and it gets me ramp. And then I copy it and I start getting rid of the lands in the deck. And then when all those tokens die, I draw cards. So like it's really, really good to play plenty of these with Self Reflection, but I highly suspect that that is not going to happen. I think that this is the best deck that I can have, considering what I have access to. Um, It does have some weaknesses. I think that one of its main weaknesses is the large amount of 4 drops that I have. Maybe I could cut one of these and play one of these. Yeah, let's give that a try. I think I'm at like 45 packs. Of course, when I stop being able to play limited, I will open the packs on stream, but I will not open them one by one because I'm not crazy. Anyway, it's not like we're gonna see many new cards of those packs since I've already opened so many by playing limited. Remove a forest and not a mountain? I'm gonna take a look at the mana base, which I definitely did forget to do at the start. Fortunately, I don't think that we're gonna have mana problems this game. We drew the duel even. And we have a great curve of Great Thespian, Bite Down, Spitfire Lagak, and then we shall see what we end up drawing, but that's pretty good so far. Pretty good. I wish I really wish I was in blue-red, but the blue is just not good enough. The red is. The blue isn't. The blue isn't. Pawning mulligans to 6, but it's on the draw, so it's not that much of a problem. Wary Thespian, so we can toss any lands away. Oh, that is not a land. Burglar Rat, we can toss a land away. The rat is a little bit annoying in the sense that it completely stops my offensive. If my opponent was bolt, my opponent could even start swinging with the rat and I wouldn't block it. Okay, that is worth removing. Yeah, that is worth using Bite Down on. I'm just gonna use it to play on curve. Yeah, definitely worth removing. If I see that card, I'm gonna remove it. We draw Burst Lightning, but I don't think it's that much of a problem to have drawn another removal spell. I'm just gonna keep it for when I need it. But I do have to say that the temptation of just Burst Lightning the rat is like increasing. This rat has already prevented so much damage to the point where if my opponent doesn't play anything worth removing, I'm just gonna Burst Lightning the rat and start swinging next turn. Oh, that's terrible. I mean, I can still swing with the Lagak, at least. The Lagak is just gonna get perma chomped by the reassembling skeleton. So I guess we're just gonna play the long game here. Yep, just time to be patient. At least my Burst Lightning is already gonna deal 4 damage. 4 damage at instant speed for 5 mana. Not a good deal, but okay, opponent plays a land and nothing happens there. And we draw a thing that gives menace. So now my opponent needs to block with 2 things. Yeah, the Skelly is gonna stall this game really good. It's gonna take a while for me to get things going, especially because this deck doesn't have a lot of flyers. We do have the dragon thing, the dragon enchantment, and we have the dragon trainer, but I think that's it when it comes to flyers. Okay, we draw a bushwhack, which we can use to search for the 6th land to play the Apothecary Stomper. On the other hand, I can also play it safe, because there's the very real possibility of drawing the enchantment that places dragons, and then I would like to hold on to as many instants and sorceries for that enchantment. Not to mention that it's also removable. My opponent could play a flyer. Those colors have some really nasty flyers, and I need to remove those flyers instantly. Yeah, I cannot help but feel that the more time I give my opponent, the more likely I am to lose. More likely it is for my opponent to draw into their bombs, and I may not be able to answer them. But on the other hand, the same is true for me. I'm like the more time I get, the more likely I am to draw into my bombs. Okay, talking about bombs, let's just play loot. And now we really do have a lot of incentive to search for the 6th land, so I can activate Loot's ability next turn. So I'm going to do precisely that, hoping that Burst Lightning is enough, and my opponent doesn't just play 2 things that I have to remove next turn. Yeah, this thing is kinda busted. It can go through your whole deck, if you activate it enough times. And like as you can see, we are not really pressured for time, and we are not pressuring our opponent, at least not yet. But eventually, with loot, I have 3 Apothecary Stompers, so I have 3 Apothecary Stompers, and that's what I'm looking forward to finding with loot. Doesn't come into play tapped, the creature that I play with loot. Let's see what we get. Okay, my opponent's just gonna swing with everything. What do you have, opponent? Interesting. That makes it get out of the range of Burst Lightning, and it will just keep growing. I wanted to use Loot Active, but I have to get rid of that thing before it starts to get out of the range. Ooh, Celestial Armor, one of the best cards in this limited format because it gives... Yeah, that's kind of crazy. That card is so good. Unfortunate. Profoundly unfortunate. But at least we get to get rid of some things. Okay, you have 4 mana and 1 card. Okay, I don't think my opponent had anything. I do start to think that maybe I shouldn't have block with loot, for safety. Okay, why am I swinging with the Wary Thespian finally? Because my opponent's gonna block with the flyer and with the rat, and at least we get rid of the rat. So it simplifies the board state. My opponent cannot get a counter unless they use the reassembling skeleton, and then I would just destroy everything. Yeah, of course, because of that reason, my opponent doesn't block. My opponent would have to swing with this, and I don't think my opponent wants to swing with this. And I also, if it had died, I would have gotten the Surveil to maybe toss a land away. Now it has First Strike. So yeah, I played the Apothecary Stomper instead of holding the mana for the loot ability because we need to bite down this upcoming turn. And I knew that I couldn't just risk potentially not getting an Apothecary Stomper off the top with loot. Very interesting. I think that we are starting to assemble some tools that one could use for like stealing the game of the opponent with like Bulk Up and the Cyclops, but I messed up. I should have waited because this is an instant and that's gonna cost me the game most likely. Okay, and the rat. Uh-huh. Understandable. Quite a difficult game. I played loot, but right as I played loot, things started getting pretty scary for me. We're at 6 lives. We're gonna be at 1 life because the equip gives +2/+0 and flying. It's really strong. It does cost 4 to equip, so it's reasonable. Yeah, now if my opponent gains life, I lose the game because this thing says whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. My opponent could also have some form of oh, that is the worst thing. Wow, really? Okay, I mean, at least we see that now my opponent has Ajani, so yeah, rough. So we know that opponent has Ajani. I don't think I have any good answers for that Ajani. No, I think that if my opponent just plays Ajani, I lose. At least in that kind of position. If there is enough on the field for me to not be able to cleanly attack the Ajani, I'm gonna lose. And it's funny, I never could pressure my opponent. My opponent just had too many blockers, and I never had like a board breaker or a stall breaker, more precisely. Um, I had plenty of single target removal, but it was not enough, and maybe using the bushwhack to search for the land wasn't the greatest thing. I do, however, have to say that I was stuck at 6. So if I had not searched that land, who knows? Oh, bite down can kill Ajani. It comes down with 5, so I would have to have a chunky guy, but or like this guy. But yeah, I guess bite down could kill Ajani. We shall see how it goes in the second game. This time I'm gonna go first. My opponent has some annoying 1 toughness creatures. I think we can add these to the deck. Maybe cut it down on one of these. Let's see how it goes. Perfect. I was like, this kind is pretty okay if I draw into if I draw a land and we get the land. So now it's only a matter of getting to loot. That's nasty. I think we can get rid of that. You know what? It didn't really do that much, but I do not regret adding it. Cannot afford to miss the land drop, I think. Yeah, we really need to get to six lands. Also, at least to 5, so I can start, so this thing actually kills things. Yeah, my opponent's deck is very well suited to countering what I'm trying to do. On the ground, like, I cannot best my opponent. My opponent just plays larger creatures than I do. Somehow, since I'm in green. Okay, land number 5. So we're getting close to the point where we can start activating loot. And at that point, good things happen. Alternatively, we can slam down right of the dragon color, hope that my opponent doesn't have the out, and then make 2 dragons immediately, like the turn after I untap with this. And that should be enough to win the game. I have never wanted a land more than now. No, I mean, at least I can play it for 5. And now we have the largest creature on the board. Yeah, this is good. The thing that annoys me is that it's so fragile. I need this, which is so susceptible to just the 3/1 flash, pay 1 to sack and remove. It's susceptible to that, is what I was going to say. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of the Burst Lightning. Something makes me think that we are not going to get to the 6th land for some reason. In a 17 land deck, I feel like you should get to the 6th land. It's so much of a stalemate. Don't play another rat, please. If my opponent plays another rat and I throw that and I discard the bite down, what's gonna happen is that I'm never going to get to my 6th land, or I'm never gonna get another instant or sorcery. Yep, I can already see how this is going to go. Okay, we have 2 hard removal, but we're still stuck at 5 lands. Okay, I'm start doing stuff. We cannot just sit still, and we already have enough juice to start doing interesting things. Like, we can swing with this and then bite down the paladin. If my opponent was to block with the paladin and a rat, which my opponent doesn't do wisely. I kind of wish this format didn't have rats, because I always feel like I'm playing right into a wrath, especially if my opponent is playing white and black. Those are the 2 colors that have a wrath. Okay, my opponent swings with everything. I take 4. Yep. I had loot since turn 3 and I never got to the 6th land. I'm never gonna get to the 6th land. The 6th land is a myth. It doesn't exist. Why do I even bother playing cards with 6 mana cost? Ah, there it is. There it is. Even if in fact, I think it's kind of magical that um, I got my that I didn't get my sixth land because if I had, this guy would have just killed the right of the Dragon Caller, and I just use removal now because if I draw the land, I want to be able to play the right immediately. I don't want to wait. Oh no. Okay, phew. Yeah, if I am glad that my opponent didn't notice that I removed that thing immediately because of this. If my opponent had noticed, it would have been pretty nasty. Now let's see if my opponent doesn't have another one of these. There are more things that remove artifacts and enchantments, but I think that this is the one that's most likely to be played in that deck. My opponent goes to 10. Because you don't have anything. My opponent goes to 10. Okay. That is getting outed immediately. I think my opponent has the equipment. Oh, it's not the equipment. Why would you do that? It doesn't say indestructible, it says prevent all combat damage, but this is not combat damage. It deals damage equal to its power, which is similar but not quite the same, and that might be the game for my opponent. I don't think that you have a second Wrath to save you out of this one. Maybe my opponent used it, thinking that the counter was gonna be enough, but my card also places a counter, so yep. Uh-huh. That's what I was thinking, B. Jonas. Okay, Ajani. Ajani has appeared 2 out of 2 games. I would dare say, unfortunately. I draw a Wary Thespian, which I'm going to proceed to play, because um, at least it does that and prevents me from drawing a land. And now we can swing and kill Ajani. I could also swing at my opponent, leave them at 1. There's plenty of cards that kill them from 1 life, but I don't want to have any Ajani accidents. I don't want to leave Ajani alive and have Ajani place a bunch of tokens and stuff. You know, it is not that strong of a card, but it is a 3-drop. If my opponent plays that on turn 3, then that is really scary. Of course, we draw another land. Yeah, first game we drew only 6 lands when we wanted more. Now we are drawing lands when we do not want them. We would like to draw non-creatures, instants or sorceries, ideally. I can just swing with everything, can't I? Yeah, that kills my opponent. Unless you have something, but you don't. Oof, that counter saved the day. That counter saved the day. I wish this dealt damage to any target. I feel like a 5 mana sorcery dealing 6 damage to any target is not busted. Their mistake with the fleeting flight saved the day. Yep. This card is really powerful. Really, 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 really powerful. But it was not the correct card to save my opponent there. I think I just send it like this. You know, I have two of these. I should see if I can build monocolor, but I think that monocolor is just impossible because of, like, there's just not enough cards in a single color to make a monocolor deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We could play 3 splashes. Okay, that might be worth considering. I think that that is something that I should explore. I'm gonna give it a try after I am done with this match. Like, I'm gonna try to build a mono white deck because those mana rocks that give +1/+0 to the creatures of the color are actually pretty good cards. Okay, I'm gonna keep this. I think we turn 1 Bushwhack Search at a mountain. I see that my opponents have been making me start, which I kind of understand. Yeah, valuing the extra draw more than the tempo advantage from going first. My opponent doesn't need to know about this until later. I hope that I am not getting baited here. Worst case scenario, it would be a combat trick on the rat, which I can respond to with Burst Lightning. I don't think I would be doing this otherwise. And then I can go for a second Burst Lightning, and I have 6 lands, so I can do a loot. I can play loot. Yeah, this still counts as a land. I think that's worth it, and that's better to do than the Burst Lightning, because the Burst Lightning is more versatile. Also, it places a counter on a Vigilance creature, which, yeah, is pretty good. Okay, we can steal the win here next turn. If my opponent doesn't play anything, I swing with the land gets bulked up, and then the turn after that I Burst Lightning for 4 to face and win the game. The opponent is gonna gain 2 life here. Do I have creatures? No, I don't have any creatures in the grave, so you're not gonna gain 2 life unless you wanna exile your grave, which you do, of course. I think I wanna burst lightning that so I can keep being aggressive. In fact, let's see, we have 6, 7, 6. Yeah, we don't have enough for the double bulk up. The double bulk up is kind of vile. Okay, yeah, we're gonna burst lightning this, so I can steal the game. Well, not really steal the game, but like I can keep being very aggressive. No bulk up here. We're gonna go for a loot play. Not a sorcery, right? Nope. Day of Judgment? No, maybe Day of Judgment. If it's white, it's probably Day of Judgment. Okay, no Day of Judgment. Reveal a creature card with mana value less than or equal to the number of lands you control, like this one. And that is a robbery. Combat tricks are so vile. They are disgusting. That was really hard. All of these matches have been really hard. I feel like if I make one mistake, it's over in these matches. Um, and in a similar fashion, when my opponents make one mistake that is like a substantial mistake, they lose. Um, yeah, this format is punishing but very enjoyable, which I like. It diminishes the inherent variability of Magic, which I personally consider to be a flaw, like the mana system. But some people like it when they get flooded like that, and I don't know what's going on with them, but that's what they like. Um, anyway, I did say that maybe we should consider this. We have 1, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 creatures. Oh man, we have some good cards in white. 12 creatures, 13 with the Solemn Simulacrum. This deck has 14 creatures, so it's not that much, that many less. Okay, let's try that. Don't have Giada this time. Giada taps for white, but only for angels. So it can kind of serve as a way to splash for angels, but like I don't have that many. I have these Dazzling Angels and I have the Serra Angels, so only 3 angels, I think. Yep, only 3 angels. When it comes to playing tribal, I feel like you can do it in limited or like in draft, I mean. But when you're playing sealed, unless your sealed pool is um, tailor made to do that, I don't think it is that likely. Um, I don't know how I feel about leaving behind so much removal. That's like 4 removal spells and a 3-top. And what we would be getting from white is pretty much just the mana rocks. We have plenty of white creatures, right? Yeah, now we have 18 creatures. In white alone, we have like 11 or so. We might be able to not play Campus Guide then. Soulstone. Oh no, it doesn't work because when the land enters, it's not a changeling. It don't. Oh no, it does work with Giada, but not in the way that you're thinking. Like the land is not gonna get the Giada counter, but if I have Giada and the land, the next angel is gonna enter with 2 counters. That's how it would work because the land does say all creature types, so it does work, but not to make it a 4/4, unfortunately. This time we don't have. Oh, I forgot to add lands. Oops, that is a little bit of a mistake. Yeah, we are not gonna be playing a 9 land deck. That is not gonna happen. Yeah, okay, now I have to cut 7 cards. First cards that I would cut would be these ones. Not gonna lie. I don't love this Felidar Savior, but the thing about it is that I have only played it on decks where I don't have a low curve, and in this case, we have the Healer's Hawk, we have 3 cats, we have 2 Dazzling Angels, and 1 Mischievous Pop. That's a plenty of cards to play before I play this Felidar Savior, so it's likely that this time it's actually gonna place 2 counters. It would be nice, I would like to believe that that's gonna be the case, but who knows? 15 and 9, but I have 42 cards. You know what? I think I can probably afford to go to 41 or to 16 lands. I would like to play 40, however. How many instants and sorceries do we have? We have 8, so it is worth it to play Rite of the Dragon Color. Last game, this got me a win. Do I play 1 Fleeting Flight? I don't know. I feel like it's an extremely strong card. Um, I might cut the Day of Judgment. I do, however, feel like Day of Judgment into making this a creature is a pretty good combination. Like if I Day of Judgment first, then I make this a creature, then I have a significant board presence right after the Day of Judgment. And like that's a great synergy. I could cut the Bull Cup. I'm gonna cut the Bull Cup. Why don't you drop the Dragon Trainer? Because it's a flyer. Flyers are very good in this format. DOJ, Day of Judgment with Solemn is also kind of cute. Ah, yeah, Day of Judgment with Solemn Simulacrum. To draw a card. Yeah, we also have these, but considering that it costs me 8 mana to do that play and quadruple white, I think it's kind of hard. Like the play would be to play this and play Day of Judgment, and then my creatures are not gonna die, and then I win the game, kind of. But like it's 2 one-offs It's 8 mana. I don't know if it's worth thinking about. Maybe I should play this. Like in the first place, maybe I should play this, and maybe I shouldn't be playing Day of Judgment. And we can side in Day of Judgment for like game 2 and 3 or so. I'm gonna give that a try. Quite the change. It is a very different deck from the deck that I won my first match with, but it should work, right? It should work. Okay, I keep the 2-lander because I have the cat, and I have the pop, and I have Solemn Simulacrum. So yeah, we have quite the curve here. 2, 3, 4, 5. We just have to draw the lands. Ah, there we go. I don't even mind not having red, you know? Because we have Solemn Simulacrum and we could bounce the Solemn if we really need to. Or we could bounce this guy to draw another card. Secret red mana, yeah, exactly. My opponent doesn't know that I'm playing red, so my opponent might not be aware of the burst lightnings that are coming straight to their face. I mean, that is assuming that there's nothing else that's worth removing. I'm gonna play pop because I want to be aggressive, and I'm gonna bounce. Wait a second, that doesn't make a lot of sense. If I play pop and I bounce the cat, then I'm not being aggressive, and it's not like I'm gonna play the cat next turn. I'm gonna play Solemn. Do I want to keep the cat to deal 1 more damage? No, you know what? I'm not gonna bounce it. I hope that I do not regret that. Okay, so in this situation, I think it's more value. And remember, I think that it is important to get every bit of value from every card in this format. So we play the mountain finally. We go for really. I could do the funny and make it indestructible. And should I? No, I'm just gonna let it resolve. Like I don't mind. I don't mind. Um, yeah, I'm glad that that went towards that and not towards something more important. And then we play this guy, and then next turn we play Solemn with the planes, and this thing deals 2 damage. Oh, that card sucks. I don't like this card. I never get it to begin with. I have not played a single one of these limited pools with that card in my pool. Um, and me wanting to use it, that is. And I have played plenty. So we play the Solemn. That leaves mana untapped for these two. Also gets me to 6 mana for the Rite of the Dragon Color. Yeah, things are about to get kind of crazy for my poor opponent. And I guess this guy can swing. And if you dare swing with the Cat Collector, we can definitely just Solemn that. Draw a card. Question is if I played right on 7 just to have Divine Resilience up as well. I am at 6, so I can wait for a land. That's what you're trying to say. It says target creature you control. Unfortunately, not target card. Drawing a land would be nice, indeed, for the reasons that you mentioned, which we don't. Um, hmm. Okay, we can play this to begin with. And then we can swing with 3, and we can put a token on the Lagak. And then if the Lagak gets blocked, double blocked, I can win that trade super bad for my opponent. And if the other guys get blocked, it doesn't matter. Ooh, tempting to kill the angel. But you know what? It's not. Well, it is tempting to kill the angel, but I'm gonna kill the cat collector because that gets pretty toxic. And it's rare for me to have the option to remove a flyer and choose not to remove the flyer. Okay, we draw the land. I'm gonna play it. Now next turn I can write into Divine Resilience to start getting pretty disgusting. Opponent bounces the Armasaur. You're gonna wish you had that bounce. Let me tell you, you're gonna miss that. What a chilling effect this is gonna have on the game. Yeah, worst case scenario, I'm gonna get 1 dragon out of that. And that is the absolute worst nightmarish scenario. Now, I can swing with the Lagak. I don't think that my opponent's gonna double block. If my opponent does double block, however, I use Divine Resilience and my opponent kind of explodes. Oh, my opponent does go for the double block. That does mean that I get to kill the angel. I wanted my opponent to swing with the angel and then use Divine Resilience to make a dragon and then just kill the dragon. And yeah, opponent goes for the GG because the dragon is just too much. And keep in mind that the Dragon Trainer is a small version of that. It's a 5/5, or like it's a 5 cost. I mean, that places a 4/4. This is a 5/5, of course. So yeah, that's the effect that one big flyer has on the game. You're glad you stepped in to watch that went great? Yeah, this has been going pretty good. I'm glad that I decided to make the switch too, to try the white, because I was playing. Were you here when I was making the changes to the deck? I was playing green. My green has loot, has this spider, has doubling season, which I was not playing, has plenty of removal, but it was not as aggressive as I would have liked. Um, Literally just got here. Yeah, my first game was with green. It was green red, and I won it, but it was like I almost didn't win it. And yeah, this seems a lot stronger, which I like. It to begin with, it has more creatures, and I think somehow it also has more instants and sorceries. But nah, that doesn't sound right. It's just that this time I did manage to cast the dragon color and also have things, which didn't really happen last time. Ooh, this is not a great curve. Do I mulligan or do I keep this? I'm gonna mulligan. Oh, oh, that really hurts. I should have kept the last one. Oh, you know what? I want to keep this. Oh, you go first, so I don't even get to draw. I'm on the play. In that case, I don't want to go to 5. But I know if I keep this, I'm not gonna draw any lands and I'm gonna lose and I'm gonna be pretty mad about it. But on the bright side, I have Burst Lightning, which might help me survive until the point where I draw my second land. I hope that I do not regret this. Oh no, you should never keep the one lander, but yeah. Oh no. Why? Yeah, I shouldn't have done it, but I didn't want to go down to 5. Oh, I'm gonna lose the game. Yeah, this is terrible. I'm not gonna burst lightning that. Burst Lightning is reserved for a 3-2. Oh, finally. Okay. Draw me a land, please. Okay, that's fine because we have at least 2 more draws. Um, yeah, we have a chance. Screw beats Flood. I don't know if my opponent is flooded, but Screw does beat Flood. I think we trade with the cat because this thing is gonna start swinging pretty hard. Yeah, yeah, we do trade. Okay, last chance, please. Oh, never punished. Well, not really. I did not draw a land for like the first 2 turns of the game, so it's kind of rough. And now, if I draw one more land, things start to get crazier. Like the more lands I draw, the crazier it gets because as you say, PC guy, screw beats flood because when the mana screw player starts drawing into the lands, then comes a sequence of very explosive turns, and the flooded guy doesn't have that. That's rough. That is rough. I don't want to toss the Serra Angel because it's a 4/4. It's like the Apex Predator here. The problem is that I'm not, I'm still stuck at 3 lands. So this is what we are going to do. I'm gonna pass. Am I going to pass and discard? No, might as well just play this. Sorcery speed doesn't matter. Oh wait, I don't have a land drop this turn, right? So I can just bounce a land and play. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, that's a Pauper play. I do that in my Pauper deck. I play Boros Synthesizer in Pauper. Huge play. Yeah, Core Sky Fisher stuff. Huge play. I can't believe that I was just gonna play this as the instant speed. Oh, I might be dead. Okay. I think that my opponent just got the nuts. When you have the nuts, you have the nuts. There's no other way around it. I mean, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I wonder what these cards are that that the revealed pile had removal. Brutal. Yeah, that removes any illusion of being able to win this. I think it would have been a great game if I had not been stuck at 1 land for 3 turns. That was close. Worthy of note is that I'm not playing 16, I'm playing 17. Day of Judgment would have been good there. Yeah, considering that my opponent is playing Infinite Flyers, I think that we do put back in Day of Judgment. I'm on the I'm on the play now. Like I'm at least gonna choose to go first, so I'm gonna side in more aggressively. I'm gonna try to steal the game with like bulk up and close out. Which yeah, I had close out in my last game. I didn't have bulk up because it was out of the deck, but that's an idea that I just had that like I can definitely get a steal like that. This card is an absolute robbery. And what are we, 41? I think that considering that my curve ends at 5, we can probably play 40 and things would be okay. Like, not 40, but like 16 lands. Watch me draw 1 land. Interesting. I'm going to keep this. I could have played a tap land, but I have 3 2-drops in my deck. So I can just play this and then play the tap land, and then the Hawk will start hitting. I have had games where the Hawk hits for like 10 damage. I have had it happen. It's terrible. I could use this as a combat trick, or maybe I could have used it on the Hawk to make it so that only 10 swings from the Hawk wins the game. I already held it, so whatever. Rough. Real rough. I kinda wanna do it. I should have done it last turn. Okay. That is kind of what I was expecting, and that is terrible. That's pretty bad. We have Day of Judgment kind of as a reassurance, but we still need to get to it. We can bounce the Jin with business person. Let's see what happens. I am almost certain my opponent doesn't block with Gyada here. I'd block with the cat. Yeah, it's still a 2-2. My opponent has the craziest curve. Okay, we get to the Day of Judgment. But I don't know if it's worth it to just play it immediately. The other option that I have is to play the Circer, and then the Circer could make me able to swing for 3 with the Angel. Or I don't think it's worth it. Man, no matter how I look at it, it does seem like a good idea to Day of Judgment here. What a difficult position. What a difficult game in general. They pop Bounce Angel than Day of Judgment. I think that is probably the better play. Incredible. That was such a good play. Yeah, this is a pretty good Day of Judgment. My opponent is also screwed at 3. Cat Collector. Yeah, that was a really, really, really good Day of Judgment. You love to see it. I kind of want to play the cat here to see if I draw a land. But the thing is, if I don't draw a land, that's all I have, and I would rather use all of my mana, like mana efficiency, You know, I have to take advantage of the fact that I'm a screwed at 4 instead of being a screwed at 3 with a bunch of 4 drops in my hand. Um, oh no. Ooh, and Surveil too, so you are guaranteed to get the good stuff now. If I draw a land, I can play a 2-drop and a 3-drop, and that's great. Okay, Solemn Simulacrum is a close second to drawing a land. I'm gonna swing, it gets menace. If my opponent double blocks, I have the combat trick. My opponent is at 13, so this is not something that they can just let through with no problem. Okay, they let it through because they do have a food. And we Solemn. So unlike my opponent, I'm at 25, so being a little bit taking a couple of hits is not such a big deal, especially now that I got rid of all those angels. As 3 flyers that are not gonna be a problem anymore. Opponent has a Johnny. I am almost certain I didn't know about that Ajani. That's 2 opponents in a row that have had a Ajani in their pool. I've played against 2 people in this pool and with this sealed. Both of them have had a Ajani. I wish I had it. You think they kept 2 on top? I wish you could see like an action log. Well, I do have a land now, so I can play the Lagak and the Helpful Hunter, but that is super not worth it, and I would rather play the Angel and the Helpful Hunter. Let's see what this cat gives me. Another cat. I'm gonna play the land. It would maybe make sense to save it to pink with the Lagak, but I'd rather play it so I can make this guy indestructible in case I really need to. I could also make my Berserker indestructible here. But you know what I'm gonna do? And you may not be thinking of this. I'm gonna swing with the Solemn, and the Solemn is gonna get menace. And then if my opponent decides to double block, I get rid of the Cat Collector and I draw a card. And that is really good for me. If my opponent doesn't block, my opponent goes to 6. Okay, my opponent goes for the double block. Bop, bop. I draw a card. High value play. Oops. Why oops, opponent? Oh, but it is during each of your turns. You wouldn't have gotten the token. This Ajani is so simple and so deadly. In real life, because I played sealed of this already once in real life. It was a 4-round event with 15 people. The only person that beat me, I went 3-1, had Ajani, Embercleave, and I played Galta, and then my opponent stole the Galta with like a 4-mana sorcery that steals a creature, and then used Ajani to give it flying and double strike, and I was full HP, and I just got robbed. Um, yeah, I was a little bit annoyed at that, but only a little bit. Huh? Excuse me? You paid it with the kicker and you didn't play it? Oh no, you did play Witness Protection. Now I don't have the Angel. That's fine. Very easy to remember the games that go horribly wrong. Yeah, because when things don't go horribly wrong, what are you gonna say about that? Like, I played Side of Seven Deaths. Oh, it's such a shame that you arrived here because earlier in the stream, this is the second one that I played today. Earlier in the stream, I had a pool with 2 Side of 7 deaths, coma, and a bunch of other garbage. Like I had like 10 rares in that pool. It was insane. I put a screenshot of it on my Discord actually. Okay, so this is a nice draw, and what we can do is swing with this guy. Give it menace. Now, if my opponent goes for the double block, I can make it indestructible. Oh, I messed up. I had to attack with 3. Yeah, I messed up. I had to attack with 3 to give it the counter, and then it would have 5 toughness, and I could just joust through this guy. Well, at least it's not that much of a screw up. It is bad, but it is not. Oh, I'm going to lose the game level so bad. But it is a mistake. Yeah, that was a lot. Like I could have just swung with 3 or joust through that guy before attack. But the best play was just to attack with 3 because I would have killed both those things, and my opponent would have taken 2 damage. A little bit of a mess up. Oh, my opponent also has one of those. My opponent's getting close to the cats. It's a lot of cats. Let's see what we get with the cats before anything. Nothing. Okay, play Lagak, play a land. This is a little bit of a rough play. If my opponent blocks the 3/4 menace guy, it's fine. That is also okay. I get to get rid of this guy. Like I trade, and it seems like a good trade for me. I take ideal 4. My opponent goes to 8, which yeah, that is supremely concerning. So unfortunately, 6 plus 3 is 9, so we don't kill both of them. If I had done the correct play last turn, like that play might lose me the game. That was how disastrous it was. I can still get a steal depending on my top decks. But if my opponent places 11 cats, that gets significantly less likely. I guess I can prevent the cats just by swinging with everything at Ajani. Because yeah, there's no way you can block all of that. Oh boy, I really don't want to lose, especially after the great Day of Judgment play. Like, my opponent played beautifully into it. That's rough. Yep, that's 8 on Ajani. That would mean 10 tutus. Without a flyer, it's very difficult to overcome 10 tutus. I'm thinking about how I win this. I can prevent Ajani from doing that. On the other hand, I can also swing to have Ajani make less things. If I swing like this, my opponent is definitely gonna block like this. Oh no, I'm gonna give menace to this guy. So my opponent double blocks. My opponent takes 3, goes to 7. Ajani ults, makes 7 tokens. I lose this guy. My opponent loses this guy, whether or not I use Joust through. So what I could also do is the following. This is a very difficult combat. If I swing like this, my opponent takes 2. Ajani doesn't ult. I lose this, of course. And yeah, at least Ajani is not gonna ult, and that's a bad. You cannot do that, opponent, because it has menace. This menace guy is huge. Yeah, this guy has been massive. Makes it way harder for my opponent to do combat stuff. If my opponent blocks the ones going phase, that's gonna be so interesting. Because I think my opponent might be afraid of like an alpha strike kind of play. I get to kill the shark, and I think that's worth it. Okay, so we have so many cards that steal the game from the opponent now that Ajani's ult is no longer a consideration. Yeah, there's the cat one that gives everyone +2/+2. It costs 1 less for each cat that I have. I have 2 cats. Okay, we can still draw it. Ooh, Burst Lightning. Interesting. Okay, so in this situation, I swing with the cats. 5. Okay, my opponent will go to 1. No. I could kill Ajani as well with the Burst Lightning, but I think that it's probably for the best that I save it to go face. Huh. This is a little bit inconvenient because the creatures will just keep getting larger thanks to Ajani, and that is a problem. I don't think I swing this turn. If I swing this turn, I am just gonna lose too many creatures for not a lot of gain. Let's see. Okay, let's see that I give this guy menace, and this guy gets killed, and then my opponent takes 5 and then goes to 5. I'm just gonna play this and pass the turn. Yeah, just play to your outs, play to your outs. And my out in this case is hoping that the opponent doesn't draw another creature, and then just swinging with everything next turn. And that should make my opponent, that should deal enough damage to my opponent that Burst Lightning ends. Unfortunately, the opponent gets 2 blockers from 1 card. That's really strong. A really, really powerful limited card. You would think that something as simple as just 3/3 across 2 bodies isn't that big of a deal, but no, it is a big deal. Funnily enough, this 3/3 guy with First Strike is also a big deal for a different reason. Yep, that thing is just unkillable now. I wonder if my opponent will start swinging with it. Okay, I cringed at the land draw, but it will ping my opponent. That is 9 lands, so I can do this 3 times. And considering how it searches for creatures, ooh, that is a nice draw. You got a counter? Okay, opponent got a counter. You know, better for my opponent to counter that than to counter the Burst Lightning that's gonna kill them. Um, okay, so funny thing. When I swung at a Ajani, shortly afterwards I drew the Burst Lightning, right? So when I swung at Ajani, Ajani was at 8, and then I put Ajani at 4. If I had swung at my opponent would be at 5 now. And a swing with everything would straight up kill the opponent. But it didn't happen. You just have to be a little bit patient. Yeah, there's as I have said repeatedly, there's plenty of cards. There's a couple of cards that steal the game from my opponent. My opponent would have had cats if I didn't hit a Jenny. Oh yeah, of course. And I wouldn't be able to swing. A Jenny is making this game miserable for me. Absolutely. It's a mythic. The only blessing is that this mythic didn't drop on turn 3. If it had dropped on turn 3 instead of an angel, I would have lost the game. No wrathing Ajani, after all. Torinsky, thank you for the wraith. I just drew Serra Angel. That is massive. If my opponent has removal or a counter, which is extremely unlikely, no one plays this on scatter. But if in case my opponent has a counter, that would be supremely sad. Let's play this guy first. I still have a 5, which is enough to play the Serra Angel. Okay, so no counter. Hello, Torinsky. It's going great. It's going great. I'm grinding Foundations Sealed in Magic Arena. This is like the 10th one that I have played. I enjoy this limited format a lot. It's very fun. I'm trying to get the full collection, the full set, which is something that I haven't done in a while, in a couple of years. But I like this set so much that I do want to have it all. And I'm very close to it. I'm at like 94%, only missing some mythics. I take it that Torinsky was playing Kroll. It is Sunday. What kind of character were you playing if you were playing Kroll? Oh yeah, this is the second sealed pool that I played today. The first sealed pool was definitely insane. It had so many mythics. It had like 4 mythics. It was so good. You're playing a Gene of Some, peak of randomness. Yeah, I would say that Gene of Some is even more random than something like Demon Spawn or some. Because at least with Demon Spawn, you can kind of play. You can choose your spells pretty much. Okay, so that thing obviously passes. No blockers here. And then Serra Angel ends the game here, right? Like I swing, Serra Angel is unblockable because it will have menace. Hits for 5 and then force with 4 Burst Lightning. Gets the job done. Depends on what my opponent... Oh, the second Burst Lightning! That changes everything. I think that I can legit just swing with everything now. You will concede the match if it expires. I suspect that's not gonna be a problem. Okay, let's see. I just swing with everything. Yeah, I just swing with everything. I don't have the mana to... Oh wait, I don't swing with everything. If I swing with everything, I don't have the mana to cast the 2 of them at the same time. If I did, I could just win like that, but cannot do it. So I'm just gonna swing with the Serra Angel, and if there's any unfortunate accidents that happen, then I can hold my own. Yeah, that's what I suspected. Okay. Now Now, this is getting pretty interesting. Man, what an interesting match. This match has been fantastic. Do I put it on top? Is the question. And if I put it on top, because even a land wins me the game, do I want to draw a land or do I want to draw the Satyr Angel again? Only to for it to potentially be bounced again. I think I don't want to put it on top. As crazy as that sounds, I don't think I want to put it on top. I think I want a land so I can play my 2 burst lightnings and win the game. I'm gonna put it on bottom. This thing is not sorcery speed, but the creatures. Like, I would like to get a creature and draw and play it. So yeah, this is what we are gonna do. I'm gonna do this. Oh, I get Dragon Trainer, which is effectively just playing the Sir Angel again. Do I want to do that? I feel like, yeah, let's just go ahead and do it. Keep in mind, a land ends the game unless my opponent manages to gain life. Or has a counter. That was a very lucky thing to get, not gonna lie. Oh man, I'm getting nervous. Because this is... Yeah, Janny is already within range of the ult again. But it's only 9, so I might be able to make it. I just need to draw a land. If I draw a land, I win the game. Let's see what happens. Yeah, if I draw a land, I can throw 9 damage, exactly 9 to my opponent's face. Goes for the double strike. What kind of shenanigans are about to happen? Okay, you don't have bulk up, because that's what I was thinking, bulk up, but I don't think that my opponent can do that. You can hit me for 10, I don't mind. The thing is it actually going to be 10, or do I have anything else to fear? No, I think that it is going to be okay to not block here. I think that's it. I think this is it. Very questionable that my opponent give flying and double strike to something that I already had flying. If my opponent had done that with like the shark or something, that would have been it would have forced me to block. What a grind. Draw a card. I think I'm just gonna throw the lightning down now. Because my opponent could draw a counter. Let's go, that was so hard. Oh, that was quite a difficult game. Quite a difficult game. Jeez. Patience paid off. Playing to your out. I also, like, what I was thinking of, and I was really hoping to draw, was this card. Creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn, and it also is cheaper if I have cats. And I have 3 cats, so... yeah, the cats everything would have been massive, and I would have been able to swing, and that's why I hit Ajani when Ajani was within ult range, because the blockers that would have been made by Ajani would have ruined this. So I figured that I needed to prevent that from happening, just in case I drew that. Funnily enough, I drew both of my burst lightnings before that, and it worked. It worked. Very happy about that. And that is 2 wins. So now if I lose 2 in a row, it's not going to be so disastrous. It's still going to be annoying, but not going to be the end of the world. You don't play Crawl, PC guy? That's pretty strange. Oh, you must have found the channel because of Brief Wizard then. There are no red cats in the format, too bad. Yeah. Love the Rift Wizard content. I've been waiting for big changes to Rift Wizard 2. I think I played a little bit of it a couple of weeks ago. Did I put it on YouTube? Did I even back it up? I don't know. I don't know if I backed it up, and I don't know if I put it on YouTube. I'm gonna have to check. You've done Louder and played Crawl for a little bit, but you couldn't get into it like you got into Caves of God. What do you think that you mentioned that? Because lots of people in my community play Caves of God, and Caves of God strongly doesn't appeal to me. Like I have Wreath now, like now I have Wreath into the game, and no. This hand dies to aggro, so hopefully my opponent is not playing aggro. Wait, Hidden Red. Um, Not gonna lie, kind of rough that I didn't draw one of my cats or a 3-drop. But, I mean, I'm gonna get to 4-drop without being really pressured. This thing is kind of scary. Lots of pinging. You didn't really grow up with roguelikes despite being old enough to have had the opportunity to. I feel like most people have 1 or 2 roguelikes that hook them in that way. You've dabbled in others, but Crawl is the only one that you've consistently returned to over the years. Yeah, for me, Crawl is that, and I mean, I have not played that much Rift Wizard, but Rift Wizard will also be that in time. It may not be a thing that I play on a daily basis anymore, but it certainly is a thing that I will never stop playing. We cannot block that. His opponent is kind of going off. Yes, my opponent is indeed going off. I have Rite of the Dragon Caller. I don't know if I should slam it on the table, because the other option is Serra Angel and keep Fleeting Flight. Now I feel like I do slam the Rite of the Dragon Caller. I will be able to get at least 2 dragons from that. How long have I been playing Magic for? I have been playing Magic for, well, I learned to play from reading a magazine that had Magic puzzles, and I figured out how to play by reading the puzzles and then reading the solutions to the puzzles the next month, like the month after. I only started having physical cards in Innistrad when I met a friend in high school who played Magic and didn't play any Yu-Gi-Oh! So I guess you could say that I've been playing since Innistrad, very much on and off. I don't really have a lot of cards in my collection in real life, but I have played plenty of Magic in general, in simulators, in Magic Online, Magic Arena. My Magic Arena account, I have it since the beta. Yeah, this opponent is going off. I really wish I had Day of Judgment here. But I might be able to stabilize. You were a bit late to the party, but you've been playing on and off for the last 6 years or so. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was much bigger in your school back in the day. Same for me. My friend who introduced me to Magic, kind of, to physical paper Magic, was the Magic guy, and I was the Yu-Gi-Oh! Guy. But which would hurt you pretty bad after a board wipe. Yep. Yeah, I would have played it before this drop. Like, I would have played it probably here. No. I would have started to really think about playing it here, and I would have definitely shot it here. Oh boy, you have everything. We're playing against the main character. Yeah, what is this? A constructed deck? Okay, I think my opponent wins, but I still can have a chance. Yeah, if my opponent swings, I can make a dragon. But I think that if my opponent swings with everything, I just lose. Yeah, to this day I still play Yu-Gi-Oh! Bought in paper, and okay, jeez, that was ridiculous. Um, to this day I still play Yu-Gi-Oh! Bought in paper, and I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel as well, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Sucks. Like, it's such a terrible game. I don't even know why I do that to myself. And I know that I certainly um, wouldn't submit you to Yu-Gi-Oh. So like you can expect me to never stream that. I I I have a little bit of a hard time making things interesting or fun. I feel like I get carried by my commentary, and there's like nothing to comment on when an opponent is comboing out in Yu-Gi-Oh. Um, and that's all that Yu-Gi-Oh is, combos. Magic is a lot more interesting to play in many regards. To the point where like the decks that I enjoy the most in Yu-Gi-Oh are the decks that don't combo, or like do a very small amount of actions and just play the grind game. Like for example, Fire Kings. I enjoy Fire Kings a lot. That opponent went crazy, and there was nothing that I could do to stop it. Hmm. A little bit unfortunate, but that's just how it is sometimes. The Phyrexian 3-2 dealt so much damage to me. Okay, I don't think I am supposed to win this one. I want to keep the Solemn so bad. If I do this, I'm probably gonna lose the game. I think I'm gonna lose the game anyway, so whatever. My opponent just had the knots. Let's see if my opponent has the knots again. Okay, let's see if I actually draw my third land. Oh, I was not expecting that. Yeah, Day of Judgment is definitely reassuring me. You're not going to? Yeah, like I was like, no, you're not gonna trade the vampire for my cat. Like this vampire is insane to the point where I would trade this one for the vampire. But like if my opponent wanted to trade the cat for the vampire, I would just take it, no problem. Nice. That I That's such a bad play. I really don't want to lose now that I saw that. Why would you do that? No, really. That's such a bad play, man. Why do they care so much about the cat? Yeah, it's just there to draw a card. I don't know. Maybe my opponent has some crazy aggro hand that the cat was ruining or something. Or maybe my opponent's hand is entirely comprised of removal, and they just have so much removal that they don't know what to do with it. Maybe my opponent wanted to curve out. You might have some card that benefits from like counters or cards in the graveyard, like some threshold cards maybe. Yeah, I can see it. I'm just gonna play as if I don't have Day of Judgment, and I'm gonna shoot the Day of Judgment when the time comes. The time may never come, but it is quite reassuring to have such a powerful card in my hand in case things get out of control. No one ever sees the Day of Judgment coming. That is okay. Yeah, my opponent just has removal.deck. Still 3 removal on cards that are not fantastic. That's land number 7. After starting with 2 and sending 1 to the bottom. I shuffled with the Solemn. Okay, fair enough. You know what? I think I can just swing with the cat. If my opponent decides to block, I will gladly use the combat trick to kill the vampire. I don't mind. Yeah, getting rid of that vampire is kind of important. It's the kind of uncommon that is closer to a rare than it is to being a common. I'm gonna hold the landing hand because I do have a landfall pink creature. Might as well make it a little bit more useful. Big creatures. During Innistrad Blood Artist was your favorite card? During Battle for Zendikar, Sulaport Cutthroat was my favorite card. Yeah, I didn't play Innistrad Standard, but I did play Battle for Zendikar Standard. When Innistrad was in Standard, I was in high school. I was too broke to, be able to play that. Okay, this time my opponent didn't curb out like crazy, though this definitely swings the momentum back in my opponent's favor. I don't really have any way to cleanly answer that, and I'm not Day of Judgmenting one creature, I'm gonna wait until my opponent starts overextending. Yeah, this is gonna be a long game. You think holding the land is good because of that discard spell or the rat? That is also, like, I don't want to discard Day of Judgment. I think we double block here, the cat dies, but we kill a token. Squeezing as much value out of my board as I'm going to get before Day of Judgment. Yeah, surely you're not gonna kill Solemn, right? Of course, of course. Now, there was the alternative of killing this guy because this guy has trample, but it would mean taking 6 instead of 3. And yeah, that's not a good trade for me. Oof, another land. I hope my opponent plays something because it's getting to the point where I do want to play Day of Judgment, and I'm gonna hold the land once again. I don't have to play them. There's no real reason for me to do so. No crazy double burst lightning play this time. Geez, so much removal. No, really, my opponent has so much removal. That's removal spell number 4. And that is where we use Day of Judgment. Did I take out the enchantment that makes dragons? No, it is still in the deck, so I think it would be about time that I draw it. Finally drawing claws out, but only when I don't have a board state. Yep. But at least I get to rebuild first with the cat. Sweet, Dragon Trainer, that is a card. I'm gonna play the Mountain just in case I have to Burst Lightning something. Unlikely, but I would like to have the option. Imagine, oh well, I was gonna say something really silly. Imagine if my opponent played a Swamp and then played 4 Rats and I had to discard my whole hand, but like, of course that's not gonna happen. Really? Really, how much removal can a person have in their pool? I wish I had that amount of removal. My opponent doesn't like cats. Must be like cat allergic or something. Well, you're gonna miss that. With how valuable removal is in this format, and my opponent just like shoots down cats, it's crazy. So their next roll is removal. Oh boy. Things are starting to get quite tricky for you, opponent, because now I'm drawing into the good stuff. I might kill my opponent next turn. Yeah, that's 6. And then we have 4 and 4 is 8, 10, 12, 14. Yeah, that is enough to kill. Unless my opponent has removal, which of course, I mean, their deck is comprised of removal, so I wouldn't be surprised if my opponent had more Bake into a Pie or Eaten Alive, or more of this, or more Felling Blows, or my opponent is in white, so there could be some Banishing Lights. We haven't seen those. Or the white 5-cost removal spell. Yeah, that might be the white 5-cost removal spell for all I know. And the only reason my opponent hasn't played it yet is because my opponent just got the white. There is no card that can lose me the game now if I let that hit me, right? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There is a card. Exsanguinate would kill me if this hits me. Beautiful. I think that we are good. I could cast Burst Lightning with the kicker right now. This format is all about patience and getting maximum value for your cards. It's crazy fun. I'm enjoying it so much. It's such basic magic, but it is such fun magic. Other limited formats definitely don't feel like this. Oh, finally. A little bit too late, but what can you do? You have to go after this game, but it's been super interesting. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. As for myself, I'll finish this event, and then that will be it for the stream. Yep, 8, and you cannot block them, so show me that removal, opponent. I know you have it. Oh, no removal. It's a shame. To say that I am terrified of the stuff that my opponent is doing is putting it lightly, because geez, it's actually ridiculous what the amount of stuff that my opponent has. That pool is correct. It's correct. My opponent has so much removal and so many strong cards, to the point where only the Day of Judgment could have saved the day, and it did. That was kind of a robbery for my opponent. But my opponent did make plenty of mistakes by using all of that removal on all of those things that were not really worth removal. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. Have a nice rest of your night, PC guy. I think that now it is time for me to... What? Just disconnected? That was strange. Something weird is happening with the computer. Nothing too bad. It's still working. You can see the mouse moving. Stream still live. I like this. This looks okay. Gonna keep this hand. Cat number 2. Neat, but I still think that in turn 3 I played the angel. Oof. Vampire Nighthawk is quite a card. No, we do play the angel here. Because what I was thinking is pop and then have the pop jump with fleeting flight, but... And this card is insane. It does so much. Puts a counter, gains flying, and it prevents combat damage, so it's a combat trick and it's a permanent buff to a card. It's so good. It's so good. I remember there was like 1 mana instance that just plays a counter. Why? Okay, that's questionable removal number 1 used by my opponent. I cannot believe it. This is just the pinnacle of questionable removal. Why does my opponent not like cats that replace themselves when you play them? Which is the weirdest thing is that my opponent could have killed the angel. Why did you not kill the angel, opponent? This thing has death touch. Why did you not kill the angel, opponent? I do not understand this guy. I'm gonna hold my my mana for the fleeting flight so I can kill the Vampire Nighthawk if my opponent starts swinging. Which my opponent should be doing, by the way, because Vampire Nighthawk is one hell of a card. Okay, removal number 2. That one is not questionable. I can definitely get behind removing an angel, a flyer. Right to the Dragon Color. Let's see if we can get to it. And number 5, that definitely helps with the whole getting to it part. I have Mischievous Pop for the next time that my opponent wishes to use removal. So that's nice. Yeah, this is one of those cases where this, like, you get the whole value out of this guy. Removal on the cat so I can Mischievous Pop it would be so funny. Oh, that sucks. That card is very strong. That sucks. That's so bad. I bounce the cat here. Land number 6, so I can play it right. but the Vampire Nighthawk is seconds away from getting out of control. I think I'll swing with the Pop and then Fleeting Flight. And if my opponent doesn't block, then that's free 3 damage, right? Let's see what happens. The correct play is to not block. Okay. The correct play is to not block, because you're at 22 with a lifelink creature. Sweet. I am greatly enjoying my opponent's mistakes. Why is constantly unplugging and replugging? I'm getting kind of scared. Why are you killing opponent? Angel? I don't think I care because I have right. Yeah, I think it's more beneficial to me to just play the right, and then play a land, and then play this. Yeah, my opponent will have a horde of raccoons, but horde of raccoons does not have a chance against a horde of dragons. Yeah, you may be wondering, why didn't you Divine Resilience that? Because my opponent will swing with the Indrik, and then I can use Divine Resilience to make a dragon and have the dragon kill the Indrik. That way my opponent cannot make a raccoon. I wish this was instant speed. I kinda wanna use it just to make a dragon, but it's such a waste of removal. In this case, it's not even that much of a waste because it cycles a land and it makes a dragon, so it makes sense. I'm gonna do it next turn because if I do it this turn, my opponent doesn't die next turn. But if I do it next turn, my opponent does die in 2 turns. And my opponent might play something that's actually worth removing. My opponent has not drawn into white, and my opponent does have some crazy cards in white, so that's fine. I'm at 27. Somehow I am at 27. I guess you do gain some lives from that angel and this healer's hawk. What is constantly unplugging and replugging itself? What is happening? Yeah, perhaps I should have done Incinerating Blast to turn this 4-3 into a 4-3 and make a 5-5 dragon, but I would rather hold on to it. Let's see what happens. Maybe my opponent has Diabolical Edict, or Blasphemous Edict, that's what it's called. The one that makes everyone sacrifice 13 creatures. Okay, that's it for my opponent. Jeez, there were some times where I was like, this guy is gonna win. Like the first game was crazy, and the second game was crazy too. Man, I should put this on YouTube. I should put this whole stream on YouTube. Yeah, I think that these Magic streams sometimes they're worth preserving, sometimes they're not. But these times, like these ones, definitely do feel like they are worth preserving. So yeah. Codec overload is a message that I just got from OBS. So I don't think I can stream at 1080p 60 FPS. Why is Magic taxing my computer in such a way? Like that's so strange. I'm gonna have to take a look at the settings. No, but really, why? Why is it doing that? My stream is still live, right? I don't know. This looks like a pretty okay hand as long as I draw into, enough lands to at least play the Solemn. And it is looking like that is going to happen, so I like it. Ooh, and a 3-drop. Okay, please, 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 please. I want a mountain next turn. If we can have a mountain next turn, that would be quite neat. Perfectly understandable. Like this in this format, flyers are so crazy that people are playing this in the main, and it works. If my opponent played it on curve levels of it works. No, I needed a land. That is a shame. I really wanted a land there. A land there would have been absolutely wonderful. It would have been the correct thing to get. The best thing to get, in fact. That is concerning. It's larger than that I can kill with Burst Lightning. And once again, we don't draw a land. I have Joust Through, so Joust Through kills it. But the thing is that it doesn't kill it if my opponent places a counter in anything. And at that point, we would be in serious trouble. Yeah, to the point where I would have to use 2 cards in a combo to kill this. Or if I, had a land, I could have just killed the Hydra there. Or there. Okay, we get to the 4th land finally. Now, we play the Solemn. I think that we play the Solemn in this situation. We search for a mountain, so I can do, I don't know, play Spitfire and double Burst Lightning or something like that. Oh boy, this thing is so scary. It can get so huge if my opponent has the right support for it. In limited, it's a lot harder for that to happen compared to draft. I've been playing draft and draft. Well, I've not been playing a lot of draft, I have to say. Draft has been completely destroying me. It's not even fun. So I've been playing limited because in limited I've been doing much better. Okay. I feel like I have a really good hand now that I got to this point. No. No, 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 not like this. Oh man, that is gonna be so hard to remove, and that is gonna be so hard to remove. The worst part is that my opponent doesn't swing here. I think that my opponent is threatened by the fact that I have the Solemn on the field. I needed my opponent to swing there so I could do some, combat tricks. I cannot afford to tap out. I need to leave that mana up for the creatures, because if they start swinging, I need to be able to respond to them. I think it's over. It might be over. Like, I don't know how to kill the elephant. I think I have to do this and this to the elephant. It's 6 mana and 2 valuable cards, but I think I have to do it. This is insane. The Hydra at least dies to this. The elephant has trample, so I don't really want to block it with Solemn. You know what? This is not so bad. At least I have the responses to the crazy things that my opponent has been playing. I hope that you have all been enjoying the stream. If, in case there's anyone watching, thank you once again for the raid, Torinsky. It is never a bad moment to remind you that if you want to, you can consider following or joining my Patreon or doing that kind of thing. There's also my YouTube, I suppose, if you want to watch my YouTube. I back up plenty of my stuff there. It is really painful, but it is what has to be done. As the first card that's rare or above that my opponent has played. I sure hope my opponent doesn't get a lot of value out of it. Okay. It's gonna be pretty funny if the Solemn Simulacrum ends up beating down the opponent to death. Because there were plenty of occasions where I kind of wanted to trade it in for the draw, but I have resisted the urge, and it's kind of paying off. Always happy to send a raid my way when you see me on. Thank you for that. I also always tell people to look out for you on YouTube and Twitch if they want to see Crawl. Considering how I don't play that much Crawl nowadays. This card might be huge. Oh, my opponent is at 5, and I have 5 in Flyers and Indestructible. I think this is already cooked for my opponent. Nice try. That card is pretty good. I wish I had some of that card. Okay, now if I win this, I win the whole thing, and I am very much looking forward to that. I have to add Day of Judgment back in. I don't know why I'm not playing it in the main, but like at this point, it's a little bit too late. But yeah, I should be playing it in the main. That card is exquisite, incredible. Oh, so that's what the. Okay, now I understand what that sound is. It's OBS is giving me a message about codec overload. I need to look that up because I had never seen that message. But recently I increased the streaming settings. Um, it says consider lower the video adjustments, the video settings, or a faster uh, codec configuration. No idea what those things are, but I'm gonna follow the recommendation whenever I can. So that means at the end of this stream, come on, please. It's not letting me do anything. It's like the screen's flickering. It only does this during the sideboard. I wonder why that is. Maybe it's because there's too many cards. I'm just gonna play that 41 because that doesn't seem to happen during the games. I wonder how much of an effect that has on the stream, if any. Cannot change my video settings while streaming, so. Ooh, this hand is rough. I think I'm gonna keep it. Because it does have a 3-drop. My opponents are constantly making me start. Wonder why. Like, do you really value the draw that much? Okay, we got to the 3 drop safely. Now I would like to draw a land. Drawing a land is kind of huge here because my entire hand costs 4 for his removal. Opponent searches for a basic. Rough, but at least I draw a 3-drop. Yeah, no blockers here. And this time we are not capable of doing any Burst Lightning fancy plays like last game. I would even go as far as to say that's what got me the win. We don't even have double red, which, yeah, this is getting really, really worrisome. I cannot attack with the dog anymore, but I can use the dog and Burst Lightning to trade. Oh, finally 4-drop. Okay, the Felidar Savior here for the first time in like 10 sealed events gets maximum value for me, and it works very well because now it trades with the Hydra. Okay, of course. It didn't remove the flyer, which is nice. Okay, no blockers. I don't think my opponent is aware that... Come on, opponent, you're at 9. I don't think that was a good play. Unless you have removal for my flyer. I have lifelink. Um, if I had another mountain... In fact, I'm going to play for the win here. Yeah, like the safe play would be to play a 4-drop, but I can also draw a mountain and just double Burst Lightning my opponent and things on the spot. GG's shake my hand. And I think that's a 4-0 for me. That was pretty fun. It is probably the first time that I'm mana screwed, and I like select smiley face. But I think it was only fun because I could get the win, and somehow this was a 4-0. The first game in this event was with green, right? It was green instead of white. Yeah, my green was really good. Look at this. 2 bite down, bushwhack. Kodak is dying, so I think it's time for me to end stream. We have doubling seasons, which is pretty nice because I didn't have it. Um, and a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, we also have Felling Blow. It's pretty good green, but it was pretty low on creatures. Like Wary Thespian only one. 3 of these guys too big to be playing 3 of them. I had other things that I wanted to play, like Rite of the Dragon Color. This was pretty good every time that I played it, except the first time that I played it when I was in green. Yeah, so I'm glad that I switched to white. White was indeed the better color to play. I do not exaggerate when I say that I think there were some games where if I was not playing white, I wouldn't have won. I won them thanks to the Day of Judgment. Yeah, definitely honorary um, main board participant, I guess. Yep, pretty good stuff. That's 4 wins in this stream. We're slowly recuperating. I played a couple of stream and it was so bad, but now we're fine. And let me look at my set collection. This is 94% still, 11 out of 20, 56 out of 60, missing 1 uncommon, 5 commons for a full playset of every common. But yeah, when it comes to the rare and the mythics, it's gonna take a while. And in packs, I'm holding 14.9. I'm gonna open them after I'm done playing limited in this set, so I do not get multiples of certain rares and uncommons. I think that you get bold progress for commons and uncommons, and for rares and mythics you get gems directly. Every time I open a sealed, and I'm not gonna play it right now, but probably gonna play it tomorrow. But I am going to open it now just to for the sake of curiosity. Um, gonna open it now and see what we get. 6 rares only. We get a Tali, Runescar Demon, Phoenix, another Solemn. I have opened so many Solemns. Sylvan Scavenging, and Drake Hatcher. Nothing too crazy. Let me see. My white is okay, leaning to good. This card's pretty neat. Oh, two of these. Okay, yeah, that's definitely pretty good. Scar's good, Scar's good. That's some good stuff. My blue now. One runaway together. My black has Eaten Alive. One Bake into a Pie. Two Vampire Soul Color, which is not a bad card at all. One Fake Your Own Death. Pretty good with the cats and with the rats. We get one cat and zero rats, so not particularly amazing. Good with other things as well, but those are the things that are most common to pair with Fake Your Own Death. Um, Bold Wave, which yeah, definitely. Well, I think I could have added it to my previous deck to make dragons. I9, you lost a bunch, but you also trophied a sweet go wide overrun. I am. I'm not. Well, I'm only playing in arena because arena is free. Magic Online is too Gamba because it is Gamba, it is played by some of the best in the world. Like no joke, you can get into the same kind of event in Magic Online as opposed to Magic Arena, and you will face significantly stronger competition. And I'm not that good. Like I'm okay, but I'm not that good. And also I get pressured whenever it comes to Magic Online because unlike Magic Arena, like Magic Arena gems, you can't just farm gems by playing limited with gold, right? Or by stockpiling gold and then playing limited at the start of the next expansion, which is what I do every time. In Magic Online, you cannot grind like that. Um, no, not that. Librarian. I have plenty of elves. I think we can add the elf package. Choose a creature type. Yeah, this is one of those cards that feels very much like a card for constructed or for draft, but not a card for sealed. And yeah, I think it's very easy to say that we're gonna play green. Maybe white could be worth considering since we do have two of these, and this card is fantastic. But all my no, not all my rares, but like my most impactful rares are in green and red. I have a Tali, which is gonna be played and immediately removed. I have not resolved the Tali once in this format. Um, I have had it in my pool and I have not resolved it. Like I have played it and it's gotten removed immediately. Oh, we have two picks. So we can splash. I don't think we can go for too greedy of a splash. Like I don't think we can play the pie, but maybe we can play Eaten Alive and sacrifice some elves. Removal is important. The Italicers, yes, the Italicers. Tally is removal magnet. It has a secret effect that says that when you play a card in your opponent's hand, magically transforms into removal. Which is pretty funny because Infinity Wars, which is another trading card game that is free and I would stream a lot more if it had ranked, um, has a dragon that says that when you play it, the removal for the dragon is created in the opponent's hand, but the removal is conditional. The dragon needs to be attacking or defending, so you can play mind games with your opponent with the dragon by playing the dragon and then not immediately attacking with the dragon because your opponent might shotgun the removal and then they don't have it and then you attack with the dragon. It's pretty funny. That game is fantastic. I love that game so much. I wish it was larger than it is. You tried Hietsugu's second right. It was bad as we expected. Yeah, it's such a situational card, Hidetsugu second right. Though I feel like it, I bet that it feels really good to get a win with Hidetsugu second right. I kind of want to play Runescar Demon. It's one of my favorite demons in Magic. My first and only commander deck ever was a Shadowborn Apostle deck. I got the Shadowborn Apostles for so cheap. I had so many of them. I had like 30 plus, and I don't know where they are. At some point, I lost them, and I wish I knew where they are because they are worth quite a bit now. And I had so many of them. Would be much better if it was based around getting yourself to 10 life. If it said if any player is at 10 life, deal 10 damage to your opponent. I feel like that is indeed easier to control. You getting to 10 life. No burst lightnings this time. Yeah, the problem with my red green is that it's very low on removal. Does it even have any removal at all? I don't think so. I think it's all gas, no breaks. I mean, well, I guess this counts as removal. Okay, one removal. Two removal, maybe. This is such mediocre removal, but I mean, it's better than not having anything. Still not good enough. There's some angels that are 2, 3, so. You actually used it to take yourself out once, jeez. So why exactly two swamps? Because I have treasures. It's a little bit risky. Also playing 50, 20 lands. In reality, what I feel like I should be doing is just not playing the Runescarred Demon. 22 creatures and a 50 land deck. Maybe I should be playing white, but like, whatever. I will do this at a later date, yet to be determined, which is most likely gonna be tomorrow. I just wanted to play some Sealed on stream. Man, I really enjoy Sealed. I wish that Magic was just endlessly sealed without having to worry about the grind. Uh, no, wait, let me save it. Yeah, I wish it was just sealed. Like, I don't even mind the packs that much. They're nice because now I can build whatever deck I want with whatever cards I are in this set because I have the whole set effectively. But sealed is more fun than playing constructed. It's a straight up more fun. It's more fair. Um, Anyway, I will be back tomorrow, as I already said. Thank you for everything. Thank you for the continued support. Do consider the Patreon and the subscriptions and subscribing on YouTube and all that stuff. I would appreciate it. And I hope you have a nice rest of your night, everyone. See you around.